Did I hit start? I think every one of my streams starts the exact same way. It's ridiculous. Okay. My stream starts the exact same way. Nope. It's ridiculous. Okay. I have to turn that off. I'm getting an echo. Nope. All right. You getting the echo? Nope. All right. Hello, kind Dan gentlefolk. Yet another Monday. Today we're back to crits. Enough of my subtractive sculpting. I think that we've had enough of that. That was joyful for everyone. Any news? Nope. We had a bunch of submissions already. We got like 13 submissions already. It's crazy. It's so awesome that people want crits. It's good. It's good. For everyone on YouTube, if you like what you're seeing, hit the like button and subscribe. It's really good for our little information thingy, so please hit subscribe. And if you have any questions, put them in the comments below, and either I or someone from Pixologic will answer those questions. If you have anything to submit, there is there's a link. It's in the little thing there in the title, zbru.sh/TSW. Upload your files there, and we will get to them in order. Am I forgetting anything?
Nope, that's pretty good.
All right, look at us go. Okay, so we are going to start with Lee Gibbons. His is a body, and we're going to use the reference anatomy for sculptors. Last week I got kind of reamed as a shill, and that's okay. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. But I did want to say, like, this is just an anatomy book that I actually am quite fond of. And since I kept referencing it for you guys, I just contacted the people who produce it and asked if they'd give us a discount for you guys. I'm not getting a cut. I'm not on any, like, the things that I recommend, like, I get nothing from these things. And I do contact them to see if they'll give us discount codes. And that's just because I talk about them. And if I can get you guys a discount, then hallelujah. Like, I'm trying to get Doki Ware to give us a discount. He said that he has nothing in stock and to call him in June. So, you know, for the things that I talk about and use, anything that I give you guys a discount code on, I'm not earning anything. Well, except for my school, obviously. But like products and stuff, I'm not making money off this stuff. I'm just trying to use whatever leverage I have to try to get you guys discounts. So, yeah, it was funny because he kind of went off about me being a shill for all these companies and all I'm trying to do is sell stuff. And I was like, oh, wow, you know, it never even occurred to me that that's how it would be viewed, you know, because on my side, I'm like, oh, well, I keep recommending these people use this. Let's see if we can get them a discount. So, I mean, you can still think poorly of me about it. That's fine. That doesn't really matter. But just so you know, that's erroneous information. I'm not making money off this. All right. So so here is Lee's model. And the anatomy is pretty darn good. The only thing is this muscle is just a little high, and it makes it seem like this form gives him very feminine hips. Where is it? And just the fat distribution in how men and women carry their weight is a little different. Where'd that go? Okay. Where's my... Nope. You would figure that this would actually save some sort of preferences, but for some reason, it does not. Okay. We can turn those off. You get this. So this shape, where it's like these nice rounds, this is a very feminine weight distribution along the hips, where a male distribution tends to have a little bit more of a lump here, and then the weight bulks out here. and you get this sort of exaggerated form. And so we're going to hop to our little book here. Boop. And you see that it runs right along the top of your hip bone, the iliac crest. And let's see if we can get a picture from the front. Yep. Oh, there it was. Come on. Because you can see it's not just one muscle, right? You get this little crease in here. And it is, and he's all stretched out there. You can see that it's more like a little hump shape. It's not just a straight curve. And that is the first thing that I saw when I looked at this. And let's see how there's like that lump there. It's not just one nice smooth curve. Come on, where are you? Can't you just give me a silhouette here? Right, you can see that it bulks right along that bone ridge. And so instead of it just being one big flat smooth thing, what you have is something that has a little bit more of a hump. Do I have kilo? Nope, I just have a really tiny draw size. Okay. So, okay, hold on, let's hide some things here. And you can see how that's just this, like a half round. There's not quite that much weight in the back. It sort of comes around. Do I have symmetry turned on? Of course not. Oh no, that's okay. And this is the bone. So you get kind of a bulk there. So the weight isn't evenly distributed. It's sort of a half round that does that, and then it kind of blends up and in. So this line up here is actually kind of down in here. And it's bulking out here more than to the side some. So that muscle just looks a little bit more like that than it does just a half round. And that's obviously not super well conceived, but you can see the difference in the silhouette there. And also I think that your rib cage might be a little collapsed in here. I think you probably, am I a move? And let's turn that down. I don't think you collapse in that early up there. You still have, you have to remember that it is, your rib cage is a rib cage, right? So you don't have a big dip in it. Because these muscles are okay. It's just, you just got flat in here. So think of that, think about your rib cage being one shape. And then, these muscles are behind it and in turn in front of it, but they don't cut into it, and you sort of lost your rib cage shape there. And now that's sort of a little bit more the silhouette you're probably looking for. See how this is flat? Yeah, let's turn everyone back on. Right, because your rib cage is that. So don't dive into your bone structure. But other than that, other than like this getting flat, you actually have this intersection done very well. Your arms are really nice. Your back muscles are really nice. It's just this intersection right here that's a little weird. It's just a little too high. It just comes up a little too high into the torso. Because other than that, your anatomy is pretty darn tight. I like that your abs are different shapes. That's nice. You know, these aren't symmetrical. Your face is good. Yeah, no, that's okay. I think your neck might just be a little long, or it just seems like maybe this distance is funny. I don't know if it doesn't appear that your I think your shoulders might be a touch too far out for where your pecs are, because this is where your shoulder joint is, right? Because your clavicle's all the way out here. And I think that's a little wide, because if your rib cage is here, your shoulders would be in here. That's what's making these look longer, I think. And then your arm would be there. So I think your shoulders, like your shoulder area here, is a little too far apart. Because usually, hold on, where's our Y? W, Y. That's not Y. Gizmo, Y. What is that? 423, 302, 372, and is that shift? Yeah. 327. Yeah. So I think that's what's bothering me about the torso. It's like this area right here is just like these shoulders just slid down a little, because your pecs are pretty good, right? I just think your clavicle's not that long. So you can see that everything just slid down just a touch. I think that's the only thing I see there. Yeah. You know, maybe that's what's making the rib cage look short, is that that's all slit out and over. Yeah, I think this stuff just got a touch long. And that's why the armpits may look a touch low. Where is Lazy Nazumi? Let's get some circles in here and see what's happening. I don't understand why all these guys lose their preferences on me. That's interesting. It's not locking in this. Funny. It's funny how Lazy Nazumi interacts with other programs. Because see, that puts your hand roughly at the top of your thigh. Elbow at waist. So that's fairly close. Yeah, I just think the shoulder area kind of dropped down a little. And that's so. Double check your waistline, because this isn't just a half curve. There's like a shape to this, because the muscle loads up here in the front, and it rides along. It rides along that bone connection at the hip bone. So this shape just should take a little bit of a. It sort of flattens out at the top. Check your rib cage. And then this little section right here, I think needs to move up. It just got a little wide. Let's come back to the beginning here.
We've got some questions when you're ready.
Because see how far out that is? Okay. Question away.
All right. Admiral wants to know, I've got a base mesh that he's building, and I'm wondering how to make that flat area on the inside of the elbow just past the bicep. And just FYI, he's using stretched spheres for block out.
How do you make
the flat area on the inside of the elbow just past the bicep? So how would you block that out?
That? Well, you know, I would probably, you know, just get this as a, think of your basic shapes, right? What you have is sort of a cone, and it goes behind. That's the back there. here you have a cone. You know, you're thinking about that. Remember that the bicep goes down, and then these come up and over this joint. So it becomes, let's go back to our little anatomy book, because this one does it pretty well. Where are those little... It's breaking out the planes. Yeah, here we go, here we go. So here is actually a very good representation of what happens. So I would say that this is how you block it out. Is that what you're asking? Because I think that once you, and this is why I like this book so much, is that this is sort of Bridgman. Look at Bridgman anatomy books, but they brought this forward and put it on, overlay it over real bodies, and I think that you get a much better visualization of the. Everybody, calm down. Let's go back to here, and we can touch that. And you know, I think the second you can visualize these things as these base shapes, this is explaining the function and the form. Oh, here you go. And you can see that that's not a half round. There's a hump in there. So think about them as block shapes. So it's flat right there because the muscles are actually going over past the joint and inserting up here. And so that's how that leaves that flat, because there's nothing there. It's on either side. The only thing that's there is the tendon for the bicep. Right? See all that white? It's just tendon.
Yup.
And so, you know, I think that this gives you a really good idea about how those work in planes. See, the weight of this muscle is much more to the front than the back. You're not getting that. It doesn't come up like this. What you're seeing is it's starting here and angling down. And the weight of it's up here in the front of it, not in the back. Hold on. Did they take that from? There you go. Blocking out the arm. Ta-da. And these are very much, like I said, these, he really took a lot of information off of how Bridgman was doing stuff. And you can see that flat is created where these two muscles and the airspace there, where there's only that tendon in there. Does that help?
Yep. The next question, also say hi to Ashley.
Hi, Ash.
The next question, Raphael is working on a similar character and wants to know if this anatomy would look overdeveloped if the character were a teenager.
Oh. No, not really. Only because, I mean, if you look at some of the high school students nowadays, like high school sports, they're ripped. How you can make them look younger is if you make it. I understand, but if you make the head just a little bit larger, so they're not, you know, your heroic portions being 9 head lengths. If you make them slightly smaller and just the head just a touch too big, that is often an identifier for youth. And it really doesn't, by the time you're in your teens, you're pretty much evened out and then you just have to grow. But it's a good way to enforce youth, I guess. Also, the angle of the nose, often the younger the nose kind of points up a little bit more. There are a few like just little key identifiers. And so that might be a way to do it. I think that now if you're dealing with realism, you know, if you're trying to make a realistic teenager, this stuff up here can be a lot less dramatic. But once again, this looks overblown because it's stretching so far out, right? Because once again, our joint's out here. So you had to fill up this extra space. And the clavicle is really long, which in turn makes this really long, which makes it much bigger in proportion to the head. So, and you know, you may want to blow his torso out so it looks extra big. If you do that, just make sure you do it all the way down, right? Make sure that you're bringing the rib cage out to where that would be, right? And you're making it bigger just in general. But no, I mean, there are teenagers that are that muscular. I mean, I don't know. Have you seen the pictures of like that? Is it the little Indonesian kid that looks like? I mean, he might as well be like right out of Dragon Ball Z. The kid is just like ripped, and I mean has all the. You're just like, how can you do that to your 8-year-old? I mean, I think he's like 6 or 8, and he's just like ripped. You're just like, oh my god, that kid is going to turn into like Goku or whatever his name is.
So Admiral's wondering, how do you make the transition from biceps to the forearm?
Well, it's literally just, I mean, it is that block up, right? I mean, hold on here. Let's go to something that start. And you're saying you're using stretched tubes. Is that what you're saying?
Spheres.
Yeah. So your bicep, and then you literally just kind of do this and slide it up. Ooh, slide it up. And you really need to taper it a touch. Come on. And it doesn't get all that thin in that direction, so let's come, there we go. Right, and so that's sort of what's happening, right? So what you have is divide. No, I don't need 12 million pies. Choosing the right brush usually helps. So your bicep kind of comes from your armpit and out. The muscle bulks. And then it's these tendons that sort of cut into your forearm. And then you have these two muscles. One comes this way. One comes this way. Right, that's that, and then your elbow does something in that vein. It's hard because I didn't join these things, so they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, but, right, and that's sort of what's happening there. These are coming up and attaching, that's going down, these are coming over. And that's how you're getting that flat spot, is just where these muscles are going over one another and the bicep is cutting into the forearm. Because its origin, your bicep's connecting about there. And so this is this muscle coming over, and that one's going up and under. So that flat spot literally is just sort of subcutaneous tissue. It's just gap filler in there. Is that what you're asking?
Seems like it. And the hand you made for that model is perfect for a Tomas hand. It's already finished.
No, wait. No, it's not finished. We have to inflate it a little. And give it a thumb. Even though I just put the thumb meat on the wrong side.
That's a Tomas hand. Done. Send it to print.
Done. Ready to print. What? There you go. A professional mitten. Okay. Did that answer the question about
Yes.
that intersection?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Delete all. Okay. Is it this one? Yes. Now, I would say that's the only issue. I think that your shoulders dropped and your waistline's a little funny. Because, and it's not even that the waistline's a little funny, it's just that this muscle isn't just this half round hump. It comes down a little more. You get a little bit more rib cage there. And the weight of the muscle is actually up here. And that's what gives you, instead of a half round, you get that sort of little humpy thing there. And there's, this muscle's a little weird. I don't know what this tube is right here, but because these actually are diving behind these. Right, you have that sort of set of muscles, and then you have this sort of set of muscles. A little bit better there. But whenever you're in doubt about the positioning of this stuff, just run, like, where's the pivot, right? If that's the arm bone, you know, that means that all this stuff's out here, and that means the clavicle's out here. That's way too long for a clavicle. So, you know, just, I think it's good. I just think this area of the torso got stretched out to the side too much. Because otherwise your block up's good. Everything's roughly in the right place. But you can see that's also why, actually from the back, you can see it here pretty clearly. This is too long. Because this is too low. I mean, from behind, look at where your shoulder is. You know, your neck's not that long. So you just sort of slid down a little because, you know, you were trying for that muscle guy silhouette. But that brought all this stuff out and over. Because all this stuff up here, you know, that's actually kind of up here. And this stuff's up here. Yep. But it looks great. I mean, you definitely, you know, it's a nice piece. If you're going to have, I understand you were sort of smoothing stuff out because you were in boots, but don't knock off the back side of the cap. Like here you've cut into the body. Calves are just a little lower. They come, like the inside of your calf comes in, you know, because it's sort of sitting like the muscle is sitting at an angle. And you just kind of flatten that off and you kind of cut part of your calf off. Where in your sculpture, I think your calves were pretty good. Yeah, so you sort of, you flattened out this muscle here. And it's weird, but there's a little muscle in here too that you don't want to forget. And yeah, you get this weird little hump right here. It's interior's higher, you get ankle. There's this little guy right here, ankle. It's funny, this is a weird muscle. I got it from cycling. It's like a pickle in the side of your leg. It's bizarre. But if you have that much muscle, you better be carrying that stuff. You know, you have such good anatomy, and then you obviously didn't carry it through because you were going to add boots on, but it allowed you to chop a good chunk of that calf muscle off. And in all reality, I know in comic book stuff, that's a dramatic curve, but you don't usually get that as a real anatomical feature. That big cock back, this bone's pretty straight. And the muscle is crossing over that bone, so you get a hump here. So it's never just, right? It's not a shape like that. Double check. It goes that way. That crosses over that bone. So you never get that sort of scoop coming in there. It's always interesting when you take the boots off to see what's going down. Right, this, you just like completely removed all muscles on the front of his leg. But looks great. All right. Any questions? On to the next one.
On to the next one.
Am I getting Satan spammed? All I see is 666.
Oh yeah, I'd let that ride. That's fine.
No, I was just like, oh wow.
That was quite a while ago. So
how they know? All right, who's next?
Vineet.
All right, which one is that?
Female torso.
Okay.
That would be the very last one that you uploaded, or that you put in there.
Oh, did I actually load it?
Oh, you downloaded it. I don't know that you loaded it in.
Right. Let's... Oh God, where did download to? Here we go. Right.
Your Cyberpunk save folder for some reason.
Likely. All right. What do we got here? Okay. So you're stylized, so, you know, they're anatomically, there are things that are obviously not anatomically correct, but you're not trying for photorealism, or I assume you're not trying for photorealism. So, because you have some interesting distortions of the torso that are kind of interesting, like as far as sculpture goes, right? And you have the implication of contrapposto going on. There is the idea that the torso is sort of doing this, and then this is a little higher here. So it sort of looks like it's doing that. And thus you have your contrapposto. But you're not, you didn't shift all of your identifiers, right? Like you, I would probably suggest bringing the, yeah, see, that's, everything's pretty even, but because of how you punch this in, it makes it look like this wants to be higher and this wants to be lower. Okay, it wasn't doing that a second ago. That's stretching that out. You got a twist to your torso. And from the side, you have no rib cage, right? There needs to be some, because your silhouette, you have a rib cage and then your abs, and then that kind of punches back in a little. It's just, it seems like there's motion, but the skeleton, it's like you move the muscles around, but you didn't move the bones around, right? Because if you look at your, but that's your waist, and then that's your crotch, but then these are sort of off. And your breasts are a little high, but it's stylized, so it's very tricky to say, okay, well, anatomically speaking, this is the issue. So it's tricky. What I would say is you need to, when you're blocking this up, or when you block, here, let's duplicate this. I didn't mean to duplicate it 11 times. So when you're blocking anything up, try to get the base form down first. Like, and it doesn't matter if it's stylized or wonky or whatever. Good on keeping your resolution. Because when you're doing something like this, chances are you're trying to imply motion. Or if you're going to make an interesting sculpture, motion is what is important. Because if you just make a staid, flat thing, then, well, who cares? You've made a big flat thing. And then it's just a T-pose, and, well. So, when you're blocking it up, make some decisions about the flow you want. So, I'm going to say we want our torso bent as such. We want our pelvis bent as such. So there's more drama in the pose. So we're going to apply the weights at different weights, and that's going to move one side up and one side down. That's going to give you an intersection here, and this is going to stretch out. Remember where your distances are, and that tells you where the center of the joint is. Right? And even if you're going to abstract it, try to get everything roughly in the right place first. Until you really understand your anatomy, abstraction is hard because you're doing something that the body isn't necessarily doing. And in turn, if you don't know what the body's doing, you can get lost in your abstraction and you get weird results. So kind of get the flow you want, and we're going to do our traditional contrapposto happening there. Rib cage. Abs. Kidney bean. And hips. And that would bring buttocks into an angle as well. Push that one up, push that one down. So you have that motion going on. Now you want, remember that the back is almost like the area here in your elbow or whatever. All these muscles come in to connect. These come over. Very few muscles cross that waistline. So make sure that it looks like this stuff. And I'm just, once again, blocking this up. This is not anatomy. This is the feeling thereof, right? This stuff dives in. This stuff comes over. So don't just get this weird kind of flat curvy thing going here, because that doesn't happen. So you got your little back muscles, that's coming over, that's coming over. And you can see I'm not super worried about, you know, we just made the butt huge comparatively speaking and blah, blah, blah. But that's okay because this is stylized. But you're going to want to start with something that's fairly, just make sure things are in the right place until, I mean, you know, you can do things that are super, super stylized, but you still want to know where things are, because remember, abstraction is just that. It is abstraction. And good abstractionists, they are abstracting something that's actually there instead of just making things completely up. Your clavicle, your clavicle. Right, that's still attaching around there. The center of the throat is still attaching there. This muscle comes around. Deltoid. Deltoid. And your fatty tissue attaches. And then just slowly work things into the places where you want them to be. And once you kind of get your things in the right place, you can then come in, apply the definitions and shapes you want. See, like from the side here, I would probably punch, you know, maybe do that, get that in there, kick that in, get that out, because this silhouette is sort of a upper hump. There's a little lump by the belly button, and then that dives back and up under the pelvis. And we're used to seeing these lines, right? Where rib cage, boom, ab, pelvis, back cutting under, hip coming over. And so when these things sort of point in the wrong direction, it looks strange. So that's what I'm saying. When you are doing your abstraction, make sure that you kind of have at least the right feel of the intersections, right? And you can see just by twisting the torso a touch, it gives us a little bit more of what's happening there. And you start winding up with silhouettes that make sense. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But it's a fun shape. And it, I mean, you know, you can definitely get it to where it's an interesting abstract, because you have some really, really lovely moments. You know, this is a very interesting, nice looking intersection. You know, this intersection looks pretty good. You know, it's just trying to get it to where it's happening, if that makes any sense. Because that's actually cutting under the deltoid, not into the deltoid and things like that. So I would just go back, block it up to where there's actually motion in, because it almost looks like you did this in a T pose. And then you sort of bent the arm up and you bent the neck over, but you didn't tilt the spine, right? You kind of pushed this up muscularly, but you didn't do it with the substructure. Hope that was helpful. Are there any questions?
Doesn't seem like it. We got one about what is that material you're using there?
Ma Dirty Blue. 1.
Oh, I forget there's a number.
Yeah. If you go to...
I posted a link.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's 1.
Yeah, it is. I can see it in the link, but it just, to me, there is Ma Dirty Blue and there is everything else.
Well, that's true. As well it should be. Good boy. All right, who's next?
Andrew.
Which one is Andrew?
One of the earlier ones that you loaded in. I'm going to have to open it myself to see what it is, because the name is just Merged 12. Let's see here. It is a woman in a feathered headdress.
Okay, it's
And long cape.
this one. Right?
Go away, ZBrush. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Okay, let's see what we got here. Just to start off with, in the stitching, I would make these at least look a little bit more half round as opposed to flat, because when they're flat, they look like staples. Well, you're not going to. I hate when that doesn't work. Just take standard. And just give them a little bit more poof. And I don't know if you're using an alpha or one of the stitching brushes, but them being exactly the same all the way across makes them look like a pattern, not a stitch. So try to, if this is a brush, try to get it to where it actually goes into the fabric a little. So you're getting sort of a, where it's not just like a staple lying on top of the surface, but they are actually penetrating. See how that reads a little bit more like a stitch than a staple? And I would say it's hard because this just looks like something that's stitched together, so you wouldn't necessarily get a ton of pooling, but unless it's skin tight, these seams are going to provide places that are tension points, because chances are the grains aren't going exactly the same way. So very often what you'll wind up with is little fabric folds that have more to do with them, right? Because where it's stitched, it's going to provide more because you have stitching, right? That seam actually is more supportive than the, because these sort of look like buckskin, where it's you know, the seam is more supportive than the body of the part. So instead of these just being standard fabric wrinkles, they'd probably actually start where there is more support in the seam, because here we have 3 stitches coming together. That corner is actually going to be pretty rigid. So instead of just taking them across, have them start from those strong points, and then it'll appear to be tied to where the fabric's actually doing something. I also tend to like just a touch of implication that there's some pooling on the stitching. And it can be real subtle, but it catches the light. You can sort of see right there. And I think that sells that whole stitching thing a little bit more.
And the kudos for adding in the holes
Yes.
around the thread. A lot of people miss that, and it just looks like a rectangle on top of the seam.
Yeah. But you did cut in the seams on the sides. So instead of, because see how you have it, and you do have the dents for the holes, but you also, so here, I guess this is the easiest way to do it. Well, here, let's, divide. Really? That's annoying. Okay. So that's your seam. I tend to like to use slash on seams, especially when they're going to be pinched together, because you get a round silhouette. You don't just have something butting up against one another. I then tend to like to take pinch and kind of pinch it in and just make it a little wobbly, just so it's not a straight seam. Clay fill, and I'm gonna pick my stitches. Let's lower our res here a little so we can come in and sort of smooth a little where our stitches are going. All right. Clay tubes. And so now, ooh, that's not it. I'm gonna kind of punch my holes in. Smooth. Come back to clay tubes. Make my brush just a touch smaller. And I sculpt past the hole, right? So now you have something that looks like it is going into those holes. And now you can build it up a touch. You can make this pull some because you get tension in here. SK twist. Oops, wrong direction. And so that at least starts to get looking like there's something going in and out, right? It's not just a staple. But the one thing you'll notice that I don't do is I'm not going to cut my line into the thing. I'm going to let the height of the stitch give us that edge, because if you just come around it and do this, you've just completely homogenized it, and it has, that step has been separated from the model. So it's hard to tell what's in front and what's behind, just because there is no comparison at this point. Instead of seeing this, you're seeing and you've lost this intersection. This shadow tells us how high that is. Here, all we get is a dark line, and you don't, it's much harder to tell, relatively speaking, where this surface is to this surface, right? This surface to this surface. So, come on. Planer. Let's do it just to one side. No, let's separate them. Okay, we'll do it to this one. What am I doing? Oh. Yeah, it's beautiful. Okay. Now I'm going to do something really tricky here. So can you tell with the line drawn around it? Here, let's hide this. I know you just saw me do it. So, like, I've really how would you say it? Minimized the drama of this one, and I maximize the drama of this one. But just glancing at it, which one looks like it's actually going over and under more? Which one reads, this is a lace, it's going over a crack compared to that? Because if you look, I made that negligible, Jesus. Negligible. Oh my God, I can't even say it. Say it for me, Henry.
Is that what we're trying to say? Negligible?
Negligibly tiny. Or, okay, here. Jeez. I know, right? English. I've made this contrast very minimal in actual scale. This is a really tiny step. This is a really big step. But when you draw a line around it, you remove this context. And that is, this is going under this. And here, this is, well, who knows what it's doing, because, right? Hold on. So now let's do this. Mask. That's what we're doing. All right. Now, can you tell that that's under that surface? You see what I'm saying? The second you outline stuff, you remove the context in which it interacts with other faces. And so here you can see that we've knocked that down well below the other surface. But from dead on, it's not that much different than that, which is not that, right? You get a little bit more dramatic shadowing. Really? Okay. But does that make sense? And normally, I would make this, with more information. So we wouldn't have this be but we obviously have this intersection here. And so don't outline things. I don't think it helps. Nope. Oh. Also, in a pant that has this much weight to it, you've made this this crotch line is a little melodramatic. These would come out a little bit more out this way. You wouldn't get that much pubis definition through a thicker plant. Like if these were panties or something that's very small, you could start to get that kind of pubis definition. But unless this is really, really thin, you're never going to get that. It's going to turn into, like if you look at crotch creases in something that's like a leather pant, it's going to be a little bit more, like that, as opposed to full pubis. So pubis and stitching alterations. See, this is much better. Your the fabric seems very thin. I mean, the size of these wrinkles make it appear to be almost like spandex, or you know, it's something that has not much surface resistance, so you can get smaller wrinkles. Like if it's silk, you'd get really, really tiny wrinkles. If it's like 1/4 inch leather, you're going to get much bigger wrinkles. So just remember the size of your wrinkles dictate the thickness of the fabric. And I think that if these, and I think if they were patching them together like this, you would probably get some patching in the back. Because normally when you're patching stuff like this, it's not necessarily a style. You just can't get skins that big, and that's why you patch them together. And she got really lucky and got big, big swaths of leather for her back pants. All right. Uh-oh. All right. All right, guys, in the future, if you have stuff that's not used in the model, put it in a different folder. And then that way I can turn things on and off and not turn everything on and off. Because you have like, sorry, deciding what is there and what's not becomes much trickier this way. That's the belt buckle. What's the difference here? Not a lot. Okay. Looks like a little badger head. I mean, the styles.
Owl.
What's that?
It's an owl or something.
It's a badger.
A badger with a beak.
Yeah, it's a beaky badger. Haven't you ever seen this?
Sure.
They're really, really well known from West Farvlavaville, you know. Okay, we can hide that one. No, that was the wrong one. That's one of these hairdos. I can't remember which one it was. It was the hairier one, wasn't it? Oh, goodness. Sorry. Trying to turn things on and off have become... We'll just go through the parts. I don't think that's the one you chose. I think that's the one you chose, if I remember correctly. I would assume that's micro poly, wouldn't you? If that's micro poly, it's a great usage for the micro poly. It's not still active. But your mesh is good. I would say that the detailed depth on this one is probably closer to what you want than this one. This is just really flat. And now, like, once again, if it's a gaming asset and you're going to paint it, all my critiques really are about an actual three-dimensional object. So you're like, oh, but when I paint it, it has this and that. So, okay. Be careful about, you might want to crease your edges, like this edge, just so it stays sharp, because these being soft without them, if this were 2 plates of metal, fine, but then have an attachment for them. I think that just be careful about that, because it also changes some of these angles and stuff. So I would crease your edge if you're going to have them be joining. All right, what's that? Gloves are okay. And so, like, this is actually kind of interesting where it looks like it's sort of fading out. If you added some distress to this, where it looks like, you know, that's the main part that, like, either through using it's worn down or something, that's okay. And then you can actually probably come in and take SK trim and just knock some of the detail out of some of these so there's some usage, you know, just so you're breaking it up. If you're fading it out that far. If this is supposed to be a pattern, I'd make it at least as deep as the other patterns. You have a little bit more meat in here. This isn't just a half round. You sort of have this shape. So make sure that you don't just turn that into a half round. And wrinkles happen because the two directions of meat hit. So view them as planes that are connecting, not like this, as opposed to planes that are connecting like that. Right? You have that, and you have that, and that's what's causing the crease. Very few places do you wind up with intersections that do that. It's a pinch because that set of meat's coming up and hitting that set of meat. So it's sort of that, not that. It's fine for stylized. Hey, look, mitten feet. But I like the sort of leather texture you have going on, and then the fringe. Your cape actually looked great, and the tension up here was really good before I turned every 15 things on. Where are you? We're going to hide you, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Was that the cape? This intersection on the cape before I turned everything on looked very nice. Yeah. Okay, so you can get hidden. See, you don't fit, so you get hidden. What are you? You don't fit, so you get hidden. Yeah, that's better. Okay. See, look, it even has fur on its forehead, like a badger. That's not fur, that's the other model. I'm trying. The feathers look great. I would make 3 or 4 patterns, not just one. And then that way you break up your notch pattern. So one has one notch down here. Just break up your notch pattern. Because when you have this many that are the same notch pattern, it becomes obvious that it's the same notch pattern. Where if you do 3 or 4, and literally just take the same feather and just, you know, fill one in, pull one out, and just have 3 or 4 different versions, I think you'll wind up being happier. Too early for me being yawning.
Much too early for that nonsense.
I know. The problem was I left my wallet at home, so I didn't do grocery shopping before I came in. So I didn't get my caffeine.
No,
crack
Saudi
blast. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's hard to look at it as a total piece now because I totally whacked it out and turned everything on. But I think those were the only major issues that I've seen. Obviously, you don't have your stuff come through the other side, but at this point, I don't think that's something that is a real issue.
In the original model, the fur does come through the cape.
Yeah, be careful about that. But it's obviously unposed, so I'm not going to kvetch about that. I don't know. I think I would have the same type of hairstyle on both sides. You know, you got it furry here, and then this is sculpted. I don't know. Seems a little... I know. I did that.
We did have a question earlier about how you think that fur was created.
You know, this stuff? I assure you, it was the hair tools. There are hair brushes in ZBrush. There's a whole, see, like groom hair ball, and there's a whole hair section. I don't even know where it is. I never use it. Does anyone know where the hair tools are?
Is that a fiber mesh thing?
Yeah, that's what it's called. Where's fiber mesh?
On the left.
Oh.
Above
There
geometry
you
H layers.
It's there. You can tell it's something I use a lot.
There's reels on the ZBrush. Oh, ZBrush.
ZBrush classrooms. And I bet there's hair stuff on Ask ZBrush as well. But, yep, all in all, I think, you know, it looks great. Crotch, seams in the back of the legs, the thickness of your detail, and that's all dependent on, obviously, what your usage is. The one thing I would do... Oh gosh, that's bad. The one thing I would do when you get these alphas and you completely stretch them out, I would come back in and at least, you know, this obviously looks like a circle. I would come back in and try to futz with them so they don't look like they've been stretched out. You know, if you have something like that, kind of get it to where... See, the proportions of that don't make much sense. So, you know, just kind of futz with them a little and get them back to where the proportions make a little sense, even though it is stretched out. Just futz with it a little, and I think that'll help. Oh, gosh. Stop yawning over there, Henry. I know it's you.
You stop it.
I know it's you.
Later last week, a couple days ago, you and I went through unwrapping UVs and applying VDMs to them, and I think that could have been a solution to keeping those proportions while applying that texture.
Yes, probably.
Stretched out like that.
That could very well do. I agree. Don't even ask me to do that.
Please, God, don't show that on stream.
Yeah, no, we don't need that.
Workflow you're used to.
Yeah, no, that's not going to help anyone. Unless Eric's here and then he can muddle through it. At least he makes it look like he understood it first. Where I'm just like, yeah, fiber mesh. You push this button and something happens.
Using the wrong tool. Not even.
I know, that was the joke. That I don't know either of those two tools. No, it looks great. Just a couple of those little things. And no, you're killing it. Sorry. If you do it to where the stuff that you're not using is in a folder, because I turn, you know, I come to different things and I turn them on and off. It makes that a little easier. Because I completely mangled your model after that. Sorry. Are there any other questions on this one?
Nope.
Okay, so who's next?
Barack, small orc.
Orc?
Small orc.
I see small orc over there, so I'm assuming that's it. Okay, no, we need to change this. I don't need to be saving this often. Why do all my preferences just get wiped out every time I turn this computer off?
Because you don't save your preferences?
I do.
Nope.
I do. It's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Do not believe.
What? How many more weeks is it till my computer comes?
2?
Tell me that's true.
7?
That's probably closer to it, sadly. Okay.
What did they originally quote us?
I don't know.
4 weeks, but then they were going to try and rush it. So it's certainly been 2 weeks already.
So it'll be another 4 weeks. Is that what I'm hearing? Max, we've already been on for 2 hours?
Yeah,
Wow.
man. You're slow.
Wow, I am slow. Okay, so 2 hours might be fine, actually. Oh, small art. Okay.
Smaller.
Really nice pose. I mean, it's natural. It's weight bearing. Yeah, no, it looks great. The face is great. The ears are good. Your skin pinching's nice. I mean, his lower legs are a little short, but he's an orc, so who knows? Yeah, this pec meat pinching, that's really nice. It's lovely. I think you might, hold on, let's, $32.4. $30. Okay. So, yes. Let me make sure. Turn Y off. Make sure. Yeah, no, they're pretty straight up. So, the weight shift and stuff is looking pretty good. One thing to think about though is that if you're actually bearing weight, whoa. Gotta mask the rest of that little groover off. This is probably going to lock, right? You're going to lock that knee, and that's going to make that straighter. So you wouldn't, this, if you're bearing that weight, this from the hip bone down is probably going to be straight, but you can get a little bit of curve in there, but that you're locking that knee joint to bear that weight. So no matter what, you're not going to have a curve in it this way, right? Because that would just release all your pressure that way and you'd break your knee. The other thing, stop it, come on. Everybody, goodness gracious. The other thing is that this leg is longer and your weight has shifted nicely. But what it seems like you did is in your posing, you just kind of went, okay, well, that needs to come up. and that needs to go down. And so this lower leg is longer than this lower leg. So that's one thing. The other thing is you have sort of an odd angle thing going down here. I don't know. I think either the foot needs to be out more, because you got to remember these are bones. So you got to figure out what's happening there. And it just feels like you're kind of twisting out here at the bottom a touch. By doing this, you know, this hip should be higher. And you have the flow of it being higher. And it's higher here. But here, these look pretty darn close. And so I would probably make this just a touch more dramatic so there's actually an angle here at the hip. You can see I didn't do too much there. But that is getting it to where you at least have a little bit of angle there. That would be straight, and then that's bending. Whichever way it's bending because you're not bearing the weight. You got the curve here in your hip, and you sort of have it here. You might just want to give it and of course my clay tubes is set at like 7 million. You might want to just, I always call it the kidney bean. Get your kidney bean in your abdomen. I'm not being careful. That's not what it should look like. But get that, you know, this pointing this way, and I guess it's kind of the opposite. Sorry. This pointing this way, and this pointing this way. And what that does is that slowly, that raises this a little, lowers that a little. You sculpted it like they're at different points, but those shoulder bones are pretty darn close to level, right? The joint is level. The joint is level there, but you sculpt, but from here, see how your clavicle drops? So you've sculpted, the silhouette of the pose is wonderful. You didn't move the bones though. You sculpted around the pivot, if that makes any sense. Right, because there's your contrapposto. Boom, 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 boom. That one should probably be higher. And the hands can come to the same place if there's a bend in the arm, right? Like, it doesn't matter where these land up. Interesting. Your shoulders are sort of backwards in the pose, right? Because if you're bearing that weight, chances are that's the side you're leaning to. So in turn, that shoulder's lower. And then, see, it's hard to tell which direction it's going on here. You kind of, see, you have the indicators, right? This one's higher, this one's lower. You're implying this. And the buttocks is sort of telling us that. But since this is backwards, it's not giving us that, the rhythm of the contrapposto. And that's the weirdness. Because if you're locking that hip, you're leaning onto that hip to lock it. You're not going to lock it. In fact, can you lock a hip and lean the other direction? That's hard. Right, because by locking this knee to be the supportive weight, right, you're putting your weight on that, and that's why it's cocking in that direction. And I think you can get away with the differences between these legs by raising this knee a touch. Yep, I think his shoulders are twisting in the wrong direction. And other than that, I mean, but it feels, what's funny is like, oh, you can, I'm like putting my hand over. Like, that looks great. Like, can't see what I'm doing. Here, I'm just going to do something. Let's duplicate. I just want to see if duplicate, hide part, delete hidden, delete hidden, and then we're going to come here, flip, hide part, delete hidden, delete lower, delete hidden. And then we're going to take you, and we, no, you, and I'm just going to mirror you. And let's hide you. Well, that didn't work.
Why did you just cut this poor man's body in half?
Well, I was seeing
Like magic trick?
if we could lock up the lower side, but it's still sculpted in the opposite direction. I was just seeing if it would work really quickly. It won't, by the way. That's not a real quick answer. I wonder if you could do... Mm-hmm. Just let it happen. Hide part, delete hidden, delete lower, delete hidden, flip, delete lower, hide part, delete hidden, mirror. Ah, see, now that's a little better.
Oh my lord.
It's kind of getting there. But you see, like, this is crunching. I know that his torso is actually twisting the wrong direction a little bit now because of that. But, all right. You gotta let my weirdnesses happen. Just let it happen. Yep. And the other thing is, yeah, that's fine. I would probably give it just a little bit more twist. And that's really going to accent that lock. Because here, actually, this could be something. So instead of, see, here we go. Instead of twisting the torso, you sculpted the twist into the torso. And what that means is, instead of this being a box, you sculpted it in. And that's what's throwing me off some about that hip. Does that make sense? So when I was saying maybe we'll twist it more, it's because the torso is not actually twisting as much as the hips are. And the hips aren't actually twisting. You've just sculpted this large and punched this forward. Right, your pelvis is sort of doing that. So right. So in all reality, I like that. In all reality, your orc. If we
Very
move
realistic.
that way and push that forward. I know I'm mangling your sculpt, but I'm just trying to.
Yeah, chopping the man in half wasn't mangling it.
Well, no, that was just experimenting. So here are the thicknesses that I think are the issue. When you twist the torso, and it's funny because you sort of have this sculpted, right? You have this going on. You know, our torsos are this. But because you sculpted the twist instead of twisting the base, you filled all this up. And so we aren't getting the silhouette. Does that make sense? Right? If you throw this into boxes, right? We go back to the box block up. I don't know if you started it very straight, like it started almost like a T pose, you got it symmetrical, and then you posed it. But it looks like you posed it by moving it instead of posing it by twisting it. And we're just gonna go up here to our guy here because we have a T pose. So instead of going, okay, well, let's lower res here. I'm going to take move. Ridiculous. And I'm going to move this leg forward, and I'm going to pose this leg. I have symmetry turned on, don't I? Of course I do. I'm going to move this leg forward, and I know you probably did this with transpose or whatever, but and then I'm going to move this leg back because we've locked it. Well, what you'll notice is I didn't twist the torso. I just pushed the stuff around where it should be. Where if I pose things, I try to get the twist in first, if that makes any sense. Like, okay, I know that I'm going to be twisting at the waist. And yeah, that's fine. Right. So a W. Come in and twist. Delete higher. Twist. And I'm just going to get a twist in my torso. And so now it's my torso that twisted, not the meat. And you can see that it changes the relationship to everything. And if it's a casual, like if it's just like this much of a twist, I'll use twist. The thing about twist is you have to be careful because it really does leave stuff behind. So that's something you have to be careful about. But if it's just a little twist, it's a pretty good way of just getting a little cock in the torso. And you can see that you can see both sides of the buttocks here. From here, you can see both sides of the pelvis. And so we're actually twisting those base blocks. We're not just pushing one back or building the back up. So when we come back to you, we are going to go frame. Let's take you all the way back to the beginning. And with the arm there, you can't see the torso silhouette. And see how we're twisting, but you can sort of see this leg is forward. But if you notice, we're not seeing the other side of the pelvis. Here, we're actually seeing part of the buttock there. Where here, we're not seeing this buttock. So let's just really quickly look at that again. Frame with the twist, because it's a box, right? You see this leg, you see the pelvis, and then you see the leg. And then from this side, you see the exact same thing. You see the buttocks, you see the second buttocks, you see the pelvis, and you see the torso going behind. So the layers are making sense here. Where here, they're not. Because now, I can see this leg's here, but I'm not seeing that line. I'm not seeing the pelvis do this, and I'm not seeing that, right? I'm not getting that step back, leg, torso, leg, right? And from here, right, I'm not seeing the buttocks there, and here I'm not seeing the pelvis. So we're sending mixed visual messages here. And that's why it's really important in posing to actually twist it as if they're simple block shapes. And that's why having all of your resolution in, I mean, you're pretty high here, almost 8,000, where I tend to try to keep my base block up at about 700. And then you can literally just grab, something. And when you only have like 4 polygons in the middle there, you can come in there, you can rotate it, and then you can come back in here. Boom. Grab move elastic, or move topological, sorry. And then you can just kind of bring that back up and in. You can then push that back and, push that back and over. And then that's going to give you, see, I can see both buttocks, I can see both buttocks, and I can see the hip and the pelvis, or the pelvis coming in. And just come in, boom, tap, 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 tap. And at the super low resolution, you can get these to kind of merge back in. You would obviously spend more time than I just did. Mm-hmm. 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 But you can see, I can see the back leg, the pelvis in this leg. Here I can see the pelvis going behind this leg. Here I can see the buttocks behind there. And then as we come back up, you can see at that base level, as long as you have a low enough base level, you can do that twist, and you can have all this sculpting here, and you're not blowing out your sculpting, right? And like here, if the torso's, this is a great sculpt, all we have to do is lower this down. And once again, this works better if you go even lower. Boom. Move. and let's correct the angle of this torso. We're going to lower this side, raise that side. Kick that in, pinch that down. Boom, boom. Get that straight so it looks like you're bearing the weight on it. Bring it all the way back up. You can see even lowering, changing the torso there, we didn't really blow out your sculpture. And you can come back in and tune it up a lot and blah, 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 you know. But that's what I was seeing, and it took me that long to figure it out, is that the twist wasn't right and the one shoulder's going the wrong way. All right. Looks great, though. It's fantastic. It's good sculpt. I like it. And that leg's longer. Okay. Okay.
You waiting for me now?
Uh-huh.
That one was... okay, so Mohammed is next, which is a JPEG. You won't have a sculpt. This is the how do I engrave picture in question.
Okay, well, we'll bring up the picture for everyone else to see. Where is it? Type. JPEG. All right. And so, for designing a carving. So, how I would do this, and I have a library of forms like this that I collected things that had vectors, and then I pulled them out and drew them and traced over a bunch of classic forms and styles and stuff. And so I created a library of these things. As far as trying to get it to look like a hand engraving, if you want it flat, linear, and carved, is real hard because there are no tools that work the same way as a graver does. But the easiest way, I think, the other thing that you'll never get is the bright cut, right? Because when you take that graver and you slide it in there, it's polishing that edge. And bright cuts aren't something you can really replicate. If you do something like what I'm about to show you, you take a graver and just kind of scrape it on that. After it's cast, you just take it and go along the plane. You can kind of replicate bright cutting pretty quickly. Like, you don't have to have like engraving skills. You just need to train someone to scrape flat edges and you can get that bright cut look, but it's still not an engraving. What I would do, I think, tools, my jewelry tools, bum, bum, bum. And from what you're about to see, you'll see that this is something that I've been trying to wrap my head around for a while. This is like 3 years. Come on. You can do it. Oh, it's there. Okay. So let's go to one of these flourishes that's similar to what you got there. Here, we're just going to select this one. Split unmasked. Boop. We're going to delete those guys because, yeah. So as you can see that I've spent a lot of time on exactly trying to figure this out. Actually, why don't we just do a simple flourish? That might be easier. One of my real simple forms.
Are these the unfinished?
Yeah, I think these are not the ones that I've gone over and re-sculpted quite a bit.
Yeah, the ones with no backs.
Yeah, probably. All right, fine. We're just going to deal with this one. Who cares? I'm not going to spend this much time on this. Delete. Okay. So what I would probably suggest doing is sculpting it as a positive. Hold on, we gotta ZRemesh. Here, let's just Dynamesh this. Who am I kidding? Oop, I already hit ZRemesh, didn't I? Okay. Divide, divide, divide. Divide. And once you get your form sort of sculpted out, there is a chisel brush. And you can see that these are different silhouettes. You can create your own tips. I thought I had one that was sharper. It appears not. Isn't there a chisel brush right here? Oh, here's chisel brush. No, why is it a star? What is that even about? Okay, hold on. Where's that chisel alpha? There it is. So you can change the alpha here, but so if you really want it to kind of look like an engraving, once you get your form sculpted, you can come back over and use a chisel brush that has been altered to whatever you want that shape to be. I would come back in, and I'm going to do this big and melodramatic, so I don't want to hear you go, that's not what it looks like. What is that about? No. All right, we're going to turn that off, and we're going to turn this lazy mouse on. My roll distance needs to be bigger. Okay. I have to come back in and figure out how to make the brush. But you can come back in and hold on. This has some weird grain to it. Remesh by Dynamesh. Delete lower. And then, why is that 4 million? That didn't remesh. Oh, maybe it did. Remesh by Dynamesh. Stop that. Why isn't it letting me pick? Oh, there it is, because I'm way too close. 5,000. Fine. All right, accept, divide. All right. And what you can do is you come in and wherever you want your graphic, we're going to turn you on and we're going to turn our Z intensity down. We're going to make this subtractive or additive, and let's turn our Z intensity up a touch. And so where you want your groove lines, just come back in and touch up where you want the graphic, like V cut. And then turn that off, and you could come in and do your hash marking. And do some hash marking. And so you can come back in and do this. And then W, flatten this. And then let us append. Append a star. Go to the star. Who knows where it is? Polyplane. Divide, 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 divide. Turn you on. Frame. Slider to subtool. Oh, here we go. Now I'm going to completely freak everything out. Okay. Slider to subtool. 1800. Here we go again. No, 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 no. Cancel. Escape. And we need to go to you. And how big are you? Well, you're huge, so why can't I see you? Because you're not turned on, I guess? No. I want you. No. Because it's not the center of the world. Hello. Okay. And then turn on live Boolean. This is your start. This is a cutter. And now we drag this into the surface. Hello. Okay. Yeah, but of course this has no thickness. Dynamic. Nope, not you. Dynamic. Turn dynamic on. Give me some thickness. Apply. Turn you on. Turn transparency on so I know where it's inside. Okay. Yep. Turn transparency off. Come over here. Drag you into the surface. Really? Oh, there you are. And depending on your depths, you know, you can change, like, you can make those lines very deep and then make your that form very shallow. Come on. Really? Oh, you are killing me here.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
There it is. Right, and you can flatten it to the depth you want, and then draw the lines on it. And you can use the three-dimensional flourish to get you to the point that you have something going on. So you can make it pretty flat. And then either cut these in or out, and that'll allow you to make it appear as if it were carved in. But if you want it to look like an actual engraving, then you could take your graphic and then you could take a chisel brush, a tuned chisel brush, not that weirdo chisel brush that I have right there. Let's see. Turn my Boolean off. Let's go to you. Let's turn you off. And this should actually, this one's settings should be normalized compared to my settings. Okay, that. I have turned that off. No, can't turn that off. Is it? Why is my... I can't remember how to change the length of that. But you can design a brush. You can see how these are... You're making this shape, and that shape is becoming the shape of the cutter. And so you can feasibly come back in and do engravings. Now, I can't remember if you hold down. There's a way to get those to interact. I haven't used my chisel brushes in a long time. Stop that. Stop it. Turn you on. And if you come back around here, yeah, there you go. See how it cuts into itself? It creates nice, clean, dividing intersections. So it's doing your linears on one layer. There's a way to get it to interact with those as well. I just don't remember how to do it because I don't really use this too much. But if you have your graphic and you come along and do that, if you have a vector of the graphic, you can apply the brush to the line and it'll do it all at once instead of you doing it by hand. But it's still going to be this, you know, it's going to be like you can design the shape of a brush, loft it, and use that as the Boolean, or you can create a VDM and make a brush and tie it into the chisel brush. But I've yet to come up with a way to get convincing engraving, because the problem with engraving is that it's not just cutting in, it's cutting in and you get that rotation, and that's what's giving you those depth implying bright cut curves. I'd say those are the only few ways that I could it's hard. And if you're casting something, it's even harder because you'll never get that bright cut feeling. But those are a couple ways. I tend to just actually sculpt them out, you know, and then they're dimensional, they're interesting. I mean, this is a sculpting program, right? You know, so I tend to try to make them sculptural anyway. So I don't ever try to replicate like actual engraving because it's hard. To get it to look convincing, it's hard. All right. If there are no more questions about that.
All right. Faisal is up next.
All right. And that's 4 rings, right?
Uh-huh.
All right.
And I believe they are in chat. I swear I saw them typing something earlier.
Right on. That's a much better effort of keeping everything sort of in the same vocabulary, feeling well. I kind of like the little ball addition there. Yeah, no, much more successful. I like it. I might fill these in just a touch. So there is an implication of direction. Right, this one's going over. So if you fill that in a little. And then come back over. That angle on that surface gives us a little bit more of a step story. These are looking pretty darn good. Let's go back up to your original. I think I would still take SK Twist just a touch and get these a little more separated, because you have like when you, it looks like you may have put these in and then put this on after you did the tiling, because we have this like little implication of return, like right here, these are kind of doing this, and it feels, see, like it feels like this meat right here is like a little cone going up. Does that make sense? Where that's like, this is all a really good plane, and then here it's just kind of going up, right? You can see you have these like little cones of fatness. And I think, because let's take planer. See, that's all pretty much on one plane, and then that. All pretty much on one plane, and then that. One plane, that. One plane, that. So I'm not seeing things. They are returning up a touch. I think you might be able to do it even with just planer down here somewhere, finding. All right, just kick these back a little maybe. I don't know if you can see the difference there, but instead of these coming up and pinching, I sort of flatten that curve out so it would go down and behind the next layer. And you see how you're getting this highlight right here? And mine's a much smoother path of the highlight, and it makes that look a little darker, where here it's coming up and we sort of lose the layer here, where if you're making it a clean step, yeah, see how these are coming back up? These are U-shaped almost, right? You have and then the step, and then it's like that, step, and like that, where these are step up, step up. And if you use SK Twist in here, that'll roll that edge for you. Clay fill Alt will get rid of that little lip. And then, you know, these are obviously softer than that border, but I'm trying to get them to read as I leave the border on there while I'm working on them, because I want them to really have that step quality, so it's very clear they're going over and under one another. And then I can, well, I guess I can't lower my resolution. Lower my resolution some, come back in and just soften those edges out. And that, you know, you don't have to have that lip, but if you start with something that's very solid, it'll read very clear. And you can see how my line appears to be an even dark line. The dark line is very consistent. Where here it's dark, 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 really thin, a little darker, darker, thinner, sort of thin, thin, dark. The consistency of that line really gives it your brain something to anchor to, I guess. But that's just persnickety, because you did it really well everywhere else. There are just a few points where you lose your scaling in there. But much better. Looking great. All right. Next.
Before you get to the next one, can you give a suggestion on how a portfolio should look for a beginner level job in modeling or sculpting?
Great. It's so hard to say. I mean, all I can say is this, is if you are trying to get a job, look at who you're competing against. So if you go into ZBrush Central and you look, I don't know, you used to be able to, I haven't searched on the new ZBrush Central. But let's say you're trying to get a job at a toy company. Do a search on toys and see people who are making toys. If you're trying to get into an animation studio, type in animation studio and see what comes up. And just look at the level of the people that are working there and try to get as close to that as you can. You know, because it's very difficult. I don't know enough about the studios, because I've always been a product maker, right? I've never, even when I worked in the industry, we were making objects. And so it's like, well, how good are the objects you make? And for us, it was important if you could sculpt a car and sculpt a person and sculpt, you know, architectural elements. But I don't know if that's necessarily how some of the studios judge it, because I don't think there are that many generalists anymore. I think that there are people who are really good at this or really good at that. And I could be giving you erroneous information on this one. So I don't know that if you're going in for a job as a modeler, that your rendering skills are something you need to show, right? I mean, obviously you need to render your models and blah, blah, blah. But I would do a little bit more research about who you're trying to get a job with. And I would call them and say, hey, if I'm sending you a portfolio, you know, what do you want to see in it? And what are the skill sets you're looking for? And most studios are more than willing to talk to you about it. And then that way you can organize a portfolio to what they want. Because a modeler at Blizzard Games compared to a modeler at, you know, yeah, see, I don't even know the names of studios, but they may be looking for very different things. And, you know, maybe they're doing, you know, Cyberpunk 2077 and they need someone who does cars more than they need someone who does sexy girls. And so you target your portfolio to what those companies need. And most of the time, they're more than willing to tell you. And if they're not, go to the ZBrush Summit. If you can make it, I think they'll probably have it this year. We'll see what COVID looks like. But if you can physically go to the ZBrush Summit, it is one of the best places to, it's in Los Angeles. It's usually that last week of September, first week of October. This year, when it was digital, it got pushed back a month. But it really is one of the best places to go because everyone's there. Everyone it's not like, let's say, Comic-Con or something like that, where the guests are, behind ropes and you have to sign up for things to talk to them and blah, blah, blah. That's not what it's like. Everyone's there. Everyone's more than willing to share information. There are portfolio reviews there done by the different groups. Often you have the companies there doing it, or definitely people who are part of those companies doing it. And I find that few days is probably the biggest wealth share of information you'll find. And the nice thing about the ZBrush community is that everyone's willing to talk to you for the moment. It's a very open, very supportive community. And a lot of professionals wind up going to the summit. And it's just a really great place to meet people, ask them questions. And I don't think I've ever been to one where someone wouldn't answer a question. Sure, if who's the company? Enix. They did Final Fantasy.
Square Enix.
Square Enix, thank you. I was like 3 Enix. I'm like, that's not it. Like the year I presented, they were presenting and they were showing a bunch of stuff from the redo of one of the Final Fantasies. I have no clue. But, they answered tons of questions, and there were a handful of things where it's like, oh, well, how'd you do that? And it's like, well, we used this proprietary software to do it. And, they're not going to give you the coding for the software, but they explained, what it does and how it worked. And so, even a company like that is sharing information at the summit. So I would say, if you really are interested, that's going to be one of the best places you're going to get input from the people who do whatever you do. They'll be there. And I would suggest watching the other streamers. Like, everything I do is for printing and manufacturing. So when people ask me about UVs and things like that, I don't know. I don't use these tools really. But Eric does. My business partner does. But I would find someone who go through the presenter section of ZBrush Live and see who is doing what you want to do and who's working in the industry as that. And they can give you much more viable information about what you need in your portfolio. But all I could say is go to ZBrush Central, look at what people are doing, who are doing what you do, and those are the people you're competing against. So when I sort of said it jokingly, but what does your portfolio need to be? Good. You need to be able to compete with those people because there aren't a ton of jobs out there as far as new jobs. There are these people doing huge studio things, but it's the same people who did the last big studio thing, and they might hire 3 new people as opposed to hiring all new people every time. So just be realistic about who your competitors are and know that's who you're competing against. And then call the company you want to work for and talk to them. Because I think most people are pretty open about it.
Sounds good.
Ja, ja?
Ja, ja.
Ja, ja? I like that. No, don't go to... Well, but to be fair, Rizu, if that makes you cry, you got to figure, you're going to cry after an interview too, because those are the people you're competing against for jobs, I mean, it's a small world, there aren't a huge ton of new jobs in the studio system, right? Like I said, I would make friends with the people you want to be working at and tune yourself for that. Know what you're doing. Look at who's competing. Look at every one of those boards of the models of the games that you want to work on. Because like if you want to work for, help me, Henry, a gaming company. Who did Cyberpunk?
Oh, CD Red.
What was that? CD Red?
CD Projekt Red.
CD Projekt Red. Like I
Oh,
know that a handful of the modelers on Cyberpunk were given the release to release the pictures of their models. And if you want to work at some place like that, those are the people who have those jobs. And so you need to perform at that level, right? So I know it's daunting, but at the same time, it's a reality check that if you, and I'm not saying you can't get a job modeling, spoons, because someone has to model all the spoons, but know that that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be modeling spoons, and you think that's a joke, but I mean, think about all these games that have like clock radios and silverware, and oh look, there's a brick that blows up. Somebody's got to model that stuff too. But they're really damn good at bricks and little radios. I mean, the people who are working are good normally, because there are so many people who want these jobs now that it's a very competitive market.
all right. Let's move on.
And that's kind of where we come in. I'm trying to train you to take what you do and print it and sell that. Forget the studios. Be your own studio. All right. All right, so you kind of, is this it looks like a archery ring. Whoa, what did I didn't hit anything. How did that work? I always hit that button. I have no idea what it is. 16 years, nice. Is it Control S? What's the button?
Control N.
Control N.
Yeah.
I'm nowhere near that. How do I hit that?
No, it's you're using your space mouse and touching the screen at the same time.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
I'm nowhere near an N.
Yeah.
Okay.
Control N fixes it when you screw up.
Yeah. Okay. That looks like an archery ring. The Mongols had them. Stylistically, you're pretty consistent here. I mean, you have these sharp things sort of here. So it's almost like a eyeball spider sunrise thing going down there. But that being an iconic thing, that can be different than the rest. So I'd say you're okay. The only thing that's kind of bothering me here is that your background and your foreground elements are changing. And what I mean by that is, if I were to come in and planer these off, right, your surface follows the contours of the sculpt, as opposed to it being a base shape that the sculpt is sitting on. It looks like you sculpted it and then hollowed out the back. So if you're looking for something that's like, if it looks like it was chiseled into something, or and that's the effect you're getting, and that's sort of the effect I feel like, I would prefer that you do a texture there, or something that's implying that this is removed around the sculpt. Because what it does now is it looks like a lumpy background. And it's throwing me off because I'm looking, because see back here, it sort of looks flat. But you have this little hump here. But then when you get down in here, you dug deeper here, and that's sort of puffy, and this is a scoop. Where if you do, and this is just a renegade option here. I'm not saying this is the solution. Oh, and there's no resolution there. Let's go back to your original one here. Come on. Where if you come back in with something, make this subtractive. Turn off lazy mouse. And we're sort of doing exactly what I tell you I hate about drawing lines around things, but we're doing exactly that. And that is, I am removing the context of the background's intersection with the parts. And so by removing that, I am eliminating the desire for a smooth surface, and I'm breaking that surface up so you can no longer see what it's doing. Right? With it as a plane, it reflects as a plane, and I want to see a planular relationship. But if we do something like this, let me just get around it completely. Ow! Grr. I didn't think I had symmetry on. Well, here, we'll just rotate it this way. Do you see how... see, this was fairly flat. Alright, let's undo that. I'm just going to do it really quick again. Goodness. Come on, you. Okay. Turn symmetry off. Yeah, that's fine.
Riz wants to know if that doesn't create too much noise.
No, because what it's doing is it's pulling the, it just becomes white noise. And so this allows the background to kind of fade away, and your design is all that you're looking at. Especially if this were on silver, or if you're going to patina it back, so there's a tonal difference as well. But even if this, let's say it's high polished 24 karat gold, and then you put this bump in, the Chinese do that a lot with the sandblasting. They'll do high karat gold, and then they'll sandblast. Like if it's a panda, you know, they'll sandblast the black pattern in. And so through texture, you can really separate and delineate pattern. But I just want to get it where you can see it from the front. Okay, there we go. But do you see how, like, in here you get these reflections where that's higher, that's lower? Here you have these V's cut in, so you're getting these sort of these little reflective surfaces. Here, this is a scoop, so you can tell the background is actually these big contour curves. Where if we mess it up like this, look back here. See how that stands off that background? And here we get these little humps and lumps and bumps. And it, you know, that's darker down here and higher in here, so that surface is doing this. But if you break that surface up, you lose some of that. So that's something to consider. Or instead of sculpting into your surface, sculpt up and out, and then you have a continuous back plane. Because if you're breaking that plane, there better be a reason for it. Because you don't really break the plane back here.
It's probably important to remember that we're looking at this thing up close, so it looks like you're putting huge cavities into it.
Yeah, no,
but
this is this.
In reality, that stuff is microscopic.
Yeah, it's tiny.
It makes a huge difference to our eyes, but these aren't big things we're taking out of it.
Hold on here. Let's see if Art Station. I think some of the William Henry stuff had do I really not have anything here that's, well, yeah, actually these, see these little cavities in here, this stuff in here, this back in here, you can see the chatter here. So as these lines go down, where in those deep crevices, I chattered them up so it would hold the liver of sulfur. But you can see how there are dark and light patterns in there. It gives, even if it's sulfured, it gives it a chatter, and that chatter gives you a little visual complexity. It makes the deeps look deep. See, you can see that, like, kind of in there. Yeah, see here? See how I use the little chatter there to imply depth? You can see that has a little bit of that texture in there. I'm trying to see if there's... Yeah, there's a little bit in there. Where are those parts? It's funny. The one thing I want isn't here. But like on stuff like this, instead of just leaving those down, I'll often throw that shatter texture in there just so it holds the liver of sulfur better, and it breaks that surface up so it doesn't reflect as a singular plane, and it actually makes it look deeper. But yeah, other than that, that's looking good. And boop. Okay, that's a much clearer pattern. The only thing I would say here, well, okay, well, that actually being like this, if these not connecting with that being an air space, just know that that is going to become very hard to cast with a mold. If you're just doing a one-off, who cares? It's fine. If you're doing a mold, that's going to be a very difficult thing to mold because you have things coming in this side and this side. And so how you get all those like little thin things to come in, and then when you blow wax into it for them not to bend. So that bridge is going to be very difficult. The other thing is be very careful when you have things that are going behind each other that the pattern makes sense. So you have these scoops here, right? And so you want to make sure that when you're looking through those scoop patterns, Control W, see how those are sort of mirroring one another, so it sort of looks like a thing. If you're looking at it from here, it's a scoop. You're looking at it from there, it's sort of there. If you're looking at it from there, it kind of matches. You know, I tend, if I have a divot in a top area, unless it's big and really frames the thing under it, I tend to like to see, I'm going to move this, and we're just looking at the graphic, not the stuff behind it. I'm not going to move everything. Where this stuff avoids these things, right? You see how that's sort of in the middle? So you'll never visually get this scoop mixed up with that edge. And here you have these coming in, and I know that they attach to this, but you don't see that. So what you see are these two lines coming in, but you don't see them connect. So it's like, well, what's going on there? If you're going to do something like that, either have them go all the way through. I always pick the one that has low res first. It's like error. Yes, I know. Where when you're looking through it, like there's a reference to it. It's not just that they lose. So be careful that when you're having bridges, that what's happening underneath it makes sense. And just know that this is going to be a very hard part to make molds of. Sorry. Yeah. But other than that, I mean, you know, it has its layers. It's clear. It's just, this is very geometric up here. And then you do this sort of butterfly on the side. So these two curvy lines, I'm not really, feeling that intersection. I think this intersection needs a little bit of work. And then here, I would probably do something like this. No, stop that. No Sculptris Pro Smooth. Because once again, if there are details on the bottom of the ring that are easily knocked off, they're going to notice it, and they're going to feel really sad if that was one of the things they bought it for, is the cool pattern on the bottom. So never put something on the bottom that will get knocked off easily. And that's why I tend to want to put just a flat piece of metal there. You can do the detail on the sides, and but whatever's going to come into contact with that bar surface, make sure that it's not knocking any detail out, because people notice it when it goes away. So anything that's front facing, try to make it unbeatable, where if you beat on it, it's not going to go away. Right. Yeah. So think about your bridge in this butterfly shape, because here these even have edges. So maybe think about, you know, mirroring the concept of that. You have this, and then this just random line going in. Clean up that intersection. Don't make your bottom fragile. Think about how visually the bottom and the top of this bridge goes. And then think of this as a one-off piece and not really something that you're going to manufacture easily. Like, if this didn't have holes in it, that bridge becomes much easier to deal with. But the second you put these little things down, remember you're going to have to cut them to be able to get the mold to work. And then, yeah, those will come and they can seat together. But if the force of the injection makes them move, you're going to wind up with holes that are half filled and half, and it'll just, it's weird. So you can cast one, but you're not going to make a mold of it. All right. Now, so you did a better job on this one about keeping the back sort of in a normalized place, but it still looks like you're going in and digging those in. So just be careful about that. But this one is much less lumpy as the other one. Look at your pattern. You know, the things that are these, like this is one pattern. Be careful about how you're leaving your marks, right? Because like that's telling me that let's go to the full resolution one. You know, if you knock that off, knock your sort of sloppy intersections off and actually combine these, then the steps in the other things mean more, right? Because if we get rid of these steps just from where the intersections are happening, and then that way, when you do come over and lay down an edge, so you're sort of doing that, get rid of that tip and then just come back and knock it down. And that eliminates the concept that that's a step, right? This isn't in front of one another. So these are, but see how that is going in front of that? So having that be a line, you're telling me that that is going below that. But if you have that line there and sort of this line here, you know, I would turn that into a fade. And then, because if you have this as a step, right, you sort of have those lines there, you're telling me that there's a step there. And these tips, I don't think, have steps. So we'll do that. And you turn these into something that look like a consistent line. And you lose some of that confusion of what is in front, what is behind, what's happening. Water. And that'll keep the clarity of the things that are in front and behind. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Ja.
Oh, oh yeah.
Ja, ja. Das ist gut. Okay. What's next?
Was that all four?
Yep.
All right. We are up to Max. And someone has complimented your earrings.
My thank you. Rusty Cyborg Creations. I designed a stuff for them. Oh man.
All right. So Max has two models. Which one have you pulled up first? female body. Each one has a set of questions along with it. So let me pull up female base mesh questions.
Where's the second one?
The second one is Skull Pet Project. I think
Did he
that
upload it later?
no. Second row from the bottom, far left. I see a skull.
Oh, skull.
Print version.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. So let's start there. So what is the question?
This is a pet project of a skull with all the fiddly details and separate. Oh no, you went back to the female.
No, skull's fine. We're at skull. Read it.
My goodness, I could find you, so I didn't know. The plan is eventually to segment it into different skull sections. The idea is to have an accurate platonic idea of a skull for educational purposes. The document has some variations with less or more squiggly bits on different subtools and some different teeth options. The reason I want to have this piece critiqued is because I got stuck on the project and I'm unsure if it's at the point where I want to start separating it off into different skull parts and putting holes in it. Thanks for your time. I'm hoping this will be a quicker review since I'm being greedy and uploading 2 projects.
You're good. So your squiggly lines, I would say just a quick pinch would help them a lot. Just get there and then kind of just pinch them together. And it gives you sort of a little bit more of a plate feel. Because you have a lot of, because these are seams that have really kind of come together at this point. And you have a lot of plate tectonics going on there, right? You know, some of these are really leaning up and some of them are really leaning, they're really, so just a quick SK trim polish to kind of get everything to look like it has been finally seamed together where it's not huge divisions. Oh man, my throat all of a sudden just went wonky on me. Cracks. I like orb cracks because they look like cracks. And then grab pinch and just come back in and sort of pinch them together. And that gives it a nice little raise, which makes that edge a little brighter without it being melodramatic. I'm feeling like the teeth are a little small and the jaw's a little flat. And it's funny because this is always the tricky things with skulls, because if you kind of do that, now all of a sudden you have that jaw depth. But I think, well, from the side it looks okay though. Yeah, I think it's just the angle. If you're doing a presentation angle, I would have it a little bit more like that. Think about how the skull sits on the neck. You're a little bit forward. It's hard, but if you do that, it makes... do me a favor and let me see. I assume you're using a reference image. I would like to see the reference image because My first feeling about it is that actually this is pretty accurate, right? This is pretty much in place. And I'm feeling like this angle flattened out, right? Where you're here, and I feel like it needs to be a little bit more like that. But it completely has to do with the reference stuff, because, you know, just tilting the head a little changes it dramatic. Like, you know, you're like, oh, well, you know, actually that's, you know, that's the angle now. Okay, but now it's too low on the face. So I think, and I could be wrong, and the thing is that there are billions of skulls and everyone is different and what your referencing image is. But I think images, skull profile. So you see this silhouette where it's bump, 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 see that angle there? You get your chin, two faces, brow. And I think that we're just a little flat here. And I think this feels a little long, which is kind of shortening your teeth up a little. Right? It sort of wants to do that a little, where you're getting I don't know if that makes any sense, but I just feel like the front of this is a little flat, that this is a little long. Come on, you can do it. Because look at how these teeth are coming out, right? You have this straight line here. This is the nose arc, your brow arc. See how this is flat? If we come back to these guys, you know, you're getting that even here. And see how there's that big step there. Step back, bow, chin up. And I think you're flat, and it feels like your teeth are a little small. But maybe not. Maybe it's just flat. Yeah, I'd like to see the reference images if you have them at some point. But here even, and this is pretty dramatic, but you can see that. See how not flat that front profile is? Yeah. Scooping in. Right, I think. Yeah, boom. I think this distance here is a little long compared to this distance here. But do you see how the feeling the directionality of this is more like this than just, I mean, the tip of your nose, the tip. That crest is like a straight line. See how flat that front is? And here, even here. Boom, 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 boom. And you might have a reference that's showing you that, but it's so funny. You just tilt it one way or the other just a little, and it really dynamically changes the feeling of what it is. So yeah, I just think that you may want to work on this coming out a little, which comes out, toofuses, chin, and that changes that chin angle or the jaw angle. But I'd love to see the reference image. So bring that to me and we'll discuss that. It just seems that you have a very tiny, you sort of have a baby jaw, and this is what it feels like. Like the distance of these features and this just seems very tiny and flat. Okay. And then, did we have comments on this one? Or
Zabadi, yeah. And before we do that, let's see if we can boost your sound up a little bit. I've officially...
Oh, I was kind of getting away from the mic too.
Oh, okay. It might be that.
How's that? Is that better? Better? Better?
People have been sort of complaining about it through the stream, but only like one person at a time and an hour apart from one another. So...
Is that better? Moving the mic close. And I'm back here. So I think that was me just not having very good mic discipline.
Yeah.
I'm
better.
Back lounging. Okay.
All right. Okay, so for this model, the uploaded model is from the last critique I participated in. Currently
Awesome.
working on the face, hands, and feet, but I'm open to critiques on the rest of the body as well. For the feet, they're still in big chunk from the Dynamesh phase, but I'd like to know if the basic forms and proportions are in the right place. I've separated off the hands to try and work in Dynamesh to make it easier to work on big proportions and geometry changes. I also wanted to know if there's any advice on translating the blobby feet to a nicer topology with individual toes and then stitching that back to the body. Finally, I just wanted to thank Tomas for doing these critiques. It's a great way to give back to the community, value his methods, and blah, 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 a bunch more nice stuff.
Boo, boo, boo.
And also Henry for being handsome and brave and strong.
Wow. That's incredible. That he knew that you were handsome.
Because nobody knows what I look like.
And brave and strong.
Yep. You can just tell sometimes that sort of thing about a person.
Yeah, I can smell your bravery from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, very clearly.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. So first thing about the hands is you actually need to inflate all these fingers together until it's a mitten. Much better hand. Okay, let's look at the hands first. So the hand, you're just drooping a little here. These don't come down quite that far. Your hand's a little bit more square than all that. Right? So it literally is your hand shape does this, not this. Right here, let's go back to where you were. Come on. Right? Where your hand actually does that. So you're pretty close. It's just you're a little shuffled around. And you do have that right. The digits sort of get shorter as they go up, so you know, your finger's not broken evenly. I see that a lot where people will divide it into thirds, and it's not that. It's a little bit, little bit, little bit. So I think on this, honestly, the only issue you really have is getting sort of that. The bulk of that muscle is kind of down here. And then that is sort of a block going that way. That's a block going that way. That's your little meat there. That's your little meat there. And that's what gives you that M shape in there, right? And then inflate these air holes so they don't, so it looks like a mitten. And then it's perfect. Your thumb's pretty good. Remember that this intersection isn't a scoop, actually. What it is see this is my hand in the camera. Okay. It's this muscle coming down and around, and then you get this muscle pinching in and out. So nowhere do you get a scoop here. This is two distinct muscles intersecting on either side of that thumb. Chicken leg. So this is coming down and around. This is coming in and around. And I'm not saying this is the exact proportions of how the sculpt goes, but just remember that those are doing that. It's not a scoop in there. So depending on where your thumb is shows where that's happening, right? This is kind of comes in. You get the little pinch there because that meat is joining, right? And then this comes up and in there. See how the angle's going that way? Because your thumb is going in this direction, so that comes over, and you're getting your pinching sort of going this way. So when your thumb is in front of your hand, this directionality here, right? You get that sort of meat. When your thumb goes behind your hand, your angles go this way. See, the meat angles change. So remember that it's really the blocks of muscles, and then you have this little membrane that changes direction depending on where you're going, because you can see the muscle there, and it's these folds of meat that go in either direction. So this, is coming around there. You're getting that little duver there, and then that's coming in and coming sort of that way. That goes around there. So that intersection there is really important. Now, that's not a great sculpt of that intersection, but directionality of this area in here is very important. And I think it's just the shape and then getting your thumb meet happening correctly. Then, footsises. Well, I don't think the ankle height is that dramatically different. Yeah, your ankles are not quite that dramatically off. I mean, it's there, but I don't think it's there. I think maybe this ankle's just way too high, I think might be the issue. Maybe. In this, the shape's better. But the arch like the foot isn't that S curvy. This muscle actually comes down in here. So this is, more of that shape. I think your big toe's still huge. Right, your foot. So I think the heel traveled a little farther out. And I think this got a little thin. Right. I think this is out of touch. Because your arch starts at the edge of the toe. So where the toe muscle sort of ends there, right? That's where that arch kind of starts and comes in. But this is sort of one plane. That's better. That's that, and that's that. So I think that the feeling of this ankle is going up, right? It's almost like this ankle's upside down, right? Because you got to figure what's this bone sort of look like, right? The feeling of this is up, where you have this kind of come down, that kind of comes down, out, out. You see how you sort of shimmed off the heel there? Let's go to our footsises. And, well, actually this guy has a pretty big angle step there. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. It might be that dramatic. No, why is it just so hard to go down? Just go down. See? He has a really flat foot, though. I'm just gonna say, that dude's got a weird foot. It's my story, I'm sticking to it. Right, but here you can see that you have that toe and that toe muscle, and that's where the arch starts. This is this muscle coming down and around. Boom. Pinky toe. Right. There's starting back behind those muscles where that's coming up and under. See, it's not that S-y curvy. Come on, give me a darn foot. So it gave me a big old foot. Fair enough. Oh my God. It's funny that they don't give you a view of the foot from the bottom. You jerks. Or it might be in here somewhere. I just don't know where it is. See, I'm trying to get the... Actually, there's a good picture. Henry, I'm failing horribly at trying to get this foot. What's up? There. Okay. So it's flat going back this way. You can see that the muscle of the toe comes back here. That's the beginning of the arch. The heel is pretty well over. So I think what might be weirding me out about the ankle, I still think that's pretty dramatic. So the other thing is sort of the high point of the foot is here. This is a sharp angle. But then this is a big flat angle. Right? It's not round. You sort of have a flat side there. And that sort of does that. This comes down to where the pinky toe goes in, and then it cuts in. This is this muscle rolling over. Match that. That's the arch, and then the heel. So it's not, see how this is a scoop and then this is a scoop. It's much more of this around, and then that kind of flattens out to like a flat plank. Does that make sense? See how you're missing a lot of meat in here? That silhouette of the foot flattens out. It's big and bulby here. This is all a big lump of muscle, and then that comes down and it's pretty flat on the outside there. I know that there's a block up of the foot up here somewhere. Now that's pretty good there. See how you get the half round there? Hold on. So Bridgman has a whole bunch of stuff on feet. And he has a really good breakup of planar surfaces on the foot. And of course, I'm not going to be able to find it for you. But if you look up Bridgman and feet, and you can see sort of here how this is broken up, flat, round. And you can see that the flat on the backside of the foot goes behind the arch. Bridgman has a lot of stuff that's like this very mechanical, shows you where the differences are, where the weight is. You see, this is the flat area. That's the arch with the toe. So I would look at Bridgman and or, I know there's another more sort of breakdown like this of the foot in here somewhere. I don't know where it is. Like they talk about the mechanics here and what's happening. So I would go to a reference that's going to give you a little bit more of that, because this kind of does this, and this sort of gets flat and around. That's like that. And it fills in out here a little, and that's your heel. So I would look at Bridgman and or Anatomy for Sculptors and get a little bit more of what's happening there, because I think that's what's making that look so long to me is, well, you know, you're missing a lot of this stuff in here. All right. And what was the other thing that he was, the face? Is that what he was talking about?
Let me pull it back up. Currently working on, yep, face, hands, feet.
Oops. Your face is too small on the skull. Right. Because if we look at this, hold on, let's duplicate this. I'm just going to go to this. And let's look at what the skull of the... Oh, God, here we go again. Now I'm never going to be... let's look at what the skull would look like. Lower res. Nope, no lower res. Do you see the issue? It's just too low down on the face. Does that make sense? Or let's do that the other direction. And so if you're looking at its proportions, your face is really low down and small for the Yeah, I'm getting really far away from my mic. I don't know, I'm like back here tonight.
Getting scared of it?
I'm scared. I'm scared of him. You can do it. These two saves have probably completely wiped out what space I had on my drive.
Sure.
Are you harassing me?
Ooh.
So if we come here, let's hide this for a second, and let us move elastic. That's a little too dramatic. Mm-hmm. 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 And I know this is more masculine than what you were doing. I'm not spending a lot of time trying to get the gender correct. I'm just trying to get the bones in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Compared to all that, can you see kind of what I mean? So I think that your face is just sort of in the wrong place. Unless it's a baby, right? You know, a baby has a very, very short lower face. And then you're on, but and I sort of masculinized it accidentally, but
Cool.
yeah, I think that's the issue. Sha.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, sha.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure.
You ready for the next one, or are you doodling?
Yeah, I'm doodling. All right. What's the next one?
Olga.
Olga. The very, very sad, tired person. Oh, very tired. Okay. Olga. Where's Olga? Let me go ahead. Come on. Uh-oh. Everybody calm down. Do we know what Olga's is?
Long stitch. Long stitch. How do you say this word, Olga?
What?
Landsknecht.
Oh, I bet this is it. Land soldier. It's our Bavarian. My people. All right. I love you can still buy these shoes in Bavaria. Much nicer. This intersection stuff is really nice. Ooh. You're getting a little fabric pulling there. Nice. It's pinching all up behind the cod. Nice.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. I have some problems with my mic.
Yes. Don't worry. I have been too, supposedly. I guess no one can hear me.
Okay. Cool.
It looks great. You done, a lot of the
Thank you.
stuff you implemented really, like how this wraps over is much nicer now.
Yeah, I like it too. Your advice was very cool.
This stuff looks great. The shoes
But
look
I
great.
need
What's that?
does a jacket looks like that it has close layers,
Yeah.
different layers?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, cool.
I'd say the sleeves are still just a little stylized. Like you get, see how naturalized your fabric in here is, and your billowing just is. And I understand that these are sort of stripping. You know what I mean? There's the strips.
Yes.
I think that if you put, that'll do, I guess. If you put what is size 4? How did that happen? Henry, did you change the size of my brush on me?
Sure did.
See how you are?
Reached right through the screen and did it in front of you.
It's crazy talk. Okay. If you just get a little bit more of a little fabric thing going on where these actually have the weight of things changing, and I'm being melodramatic here, right? Don't but that looks stupid. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and actually spend the time to do it right. But where these look just a touch more naturalistic in what's going on with the folding, because like right here, this seems very stylized compared to the rest of the fabric treatment, where
Yes.
if we break that up and get it billowy, just I think get your billows a little bit more naturalistic and you've nailed it. Because like a lot of this fabric stuff really it really feels good. You may want to accent some of this just a little bit more, where that belt really is coming in there and pinching some of this just a touch more. Just punch that just a little bit more, and especially here, you would still get some pinching in there, and it doesn't have to be super dramatic, but just let me see that that's coming in, pinching, and flaring. And then the only other thing I would say here, SK twist, is make sure these holes really have that little bit more separation there. Come on. Right. It didn't take much, but just get that separated, and I think you'll be better. I mean, your accoutrement and everything looks great. The twisted steel looks great. This stuff looks wonderful. Yeah, no, I think you nailed it. Just get the sleeves on par with the rest of the fabric, because the hat looks, you know, the hat's beautiful. You may want to just pinch the seam just a touch. Pinch. Just so it looks like it's sewn. Come on, give me my hat. Where's the hat? Hat. All right, there we go. Why is that not... Is it masked? Yeah. I always like it when you get masking and it doesn't show the masking. Really? And you don't want it to be too pinched. But do you see how just pulling that together makes it feel like there's just a little bit, like it's not just this open flat, but where there's a tight seam, and then, like I said, what it does is it brings the edges together, kinds of pulls them up and down, and it creates, and you've sculpted that here, but it creates just that, and you don't want to be super melodramatic with it, right? It's really just a big brush. You want to make it fairly big, and you're just going to tap that stuff together a little more. And that makes the seam a little uneven as it comes in. You know, you're getting sort of this going on. Because this just looks like a slash, but you kind of come in and you tap it, and you can see that it's sort of pinching in different ways. And I think just a little bit of pinching is going to help that a lot.
After pinch, it looks better, more better.
Yeah, it's funny. It works. You know, I mean, it's sort of funny. I don't know where I ran in, where I was like, no, you know, if I'm doing my seams, pinching here, let's turn everyone off for a second. Because most of these were actually made of fabric, so you'd get a little bit more pinching down here in this intersection. Yeah, you got all that stuff laying down and on itself again. That looks good. I still think your collar's a little fat for what it is. Like that fold, it's like you zoomed in on the fold. I think that half round shape is a little too much. Come on, give me.
Yeah, it's makes sense. Cloth.
Okay, I'm like, shirt. No shirt. There we go. Yeah. And I think maybe pinch is the solution. Let's see. Because it shouldn't look necessarily like a pressed shirt, but you know, that fabric's not really heavy. You know, if it were a coat, like a big wool coat, it would support that big of a half round, but this is probably just woven cotton, maybe linen. So you're not going to get a huge, you know, the fabric just doesn't support that much curve. So now let's see what happens there. And then maybe, and you see how by moving this in and closer to the body, it makes it seem flimsier or thinner, you know. And I would probably take one of these, and because they're loose, you know, I'd probably make them sit just a little off and hang a little bit farther in the front, because like I said, this is just real thin woven like linen or cotton, and so it's not going to hold that collar shape really well. This is going to be pretty. Here, let's see. Come on. Really? Everything. Come on, give me a collar. Yeah, that's pretty stiff, actually. Yeah, maybe. So if it is going to be, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just too high. Let me see. So maybe that's the issue. The collar might actually hold. See how there's a lot more tension and pulling here? Let's see, come on. See how this isn't a structure? You know, there's some variation in the edging. So maybe my issue, or what I'm seeing, is that so it feasibly could be, you know, more square or lined up with itself, you know, but I think that it was too high on the neck. Let's go back to where we were real quick, and let's re-look at this before I mangle your sculpture. Okay, let's get in here after I made the pinch in. All right, see how high it's sitting on the neck? I think that this wants to be a little lower. It's just because it comes back up. You see what I mean? See how it's coming back up? Because this is a folded collar, the ones that actually had that stay were all bordered there, and that border made that fabric thicker so it could stay at that angle. I think as a shirt like this, I don't know that it has enough support to get it to come back up like that, if that makes any sense. I think that angle should be more relaxed. Maybe it's this return, I think, that's bothering me. So if it's sitting there, that's not changing it too much. It's just, see, like from right here, the fabric gains tension or gains support. And so it's going against gravity right there. And like the stub collars, well, they can come around pretty square, but, or it should be more tension in the stitches. But even here, if you look, you know, it's going to go just above that, and it's going to curve there. It's not going to come up and around and hold that up. I'm not even going to. Oh my God. Really? No. I can't. I'm not even going to try to spell it in German.
Let's connect.
Yeah, I know. It's horrible. I'm horrible. I can't spell anything in English.
But night is cool too.
All right, here we go. I'm just seeing if we can find a reenactor to look at that shirt. Oh, what a pain in the butt. Just if my spelling. It's all about my spelling. I could just spell it. Krampus. All right. Damn it. Spell it for me. That's going to make me nuts. L-A-N. How do we spell it?
G-S-K-L-A-N-D-S-K-N-E.
L-A. Oh, sorry.
C.
L-A. Let's try that again. All right. One more time.
L-A-N. Oh, I think my internet.
L-A-N.
D.
Yep.
S.
That's N-E-C-T-H.
Maybe
Yeah.
I type it in Discord.
No, I got it. We're here. It's. See, I just spelled night wrong. That's annoying. All right. Show me a reenactor. Yeah, see, that's very flimsy. That's just. Let's do reenactor. I don't want anyone commenting on my miserable spelling. I'm dyslexic. I can't spell. Off my back, people. I hear your judgment. Pinterest. You're the devil. Here. See how loose that collar is, even though it's folding over? Let's see. Well, now that's interesting. He has a tall collar, and the string is holding it together. I just love these guys. These guys crack me up. We're going to go off to the Crusades, and then we're going to slash our clothes so it looks like we've been in fights. Goofy bastards. They were like, no, I know how to do it. You see how loose the collars are? They're not that structured. They're just really, really loose. So I think that and the only thing I think it is if we go to here, let's take move elastic. Let's make this bigger. What are you doing? I just tried to make my brush bigger. And we go like this. And I think just making that collar a little relaxed, you know, maybe give it a little bit of play, right, where it's not just a tight edge, where it just looks a little bit more relaxed. And then match your stitching to that. I think something in that vein is going to make you feel a little better. It's thinner fabric, it's looser, it's sitting tighter to the body, and it's more relaxed in the front. And you've implied some of the wrinkling here, you know, some of this stuff. Maybe, yeah, I just think lose the structure of that collar some. And I think that will make it feel more relaxed on the body. So make the sleeves a little bit more naturalistic and relax the collar. And I think you have killed this thing. Yeah. You know, it looks like, it doesn't look like you've even started wrinkling this. I think you've defined the ribbons, and now it looks like, just go back in and make that a little bit more naturalistic. You know, get it back to,
Understand? Yeah.
you know, these groovers. I have one of these swords. It's funny. They're really, really quite primitive in the sense of, you know, the wrapped wire. It was a gift to me, and it's pretty cool. Because you're like, oh, it's, you know, it's a real one, and it just looks like this. You're like, wow, someone actually went to war with that thing. Goodness gracious, you're a brave man. Yeah, you see, just get a little bit more of that, of the folds in there, and I think that your sleeves are going to be good. Relax that collar some, and you have kicked this guy's butt. He looks great. Oh my god, these guys are so funny. There's some really great what do you call it, like journals from some of these guys, and it's absolutely hysterical. They had one in one of my costume history classes. They had the journals of the guys that they were talking about how they were much, much more popular, so they started slashing. And then they realized, well, if you slash and have a higher contrast in color below it, it's colorful and it's dramatic. So those guys were more popular at the bars. And it was really, this whole fashion just came out of, I went to war, and the guys who looked like they were in battles were the ones who got laid when they came back. That's what this whole fashion's about. Dorks. Yeah, no, I think it looks great. It's really nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you for you. Your advice is very good.
Well, I think.
Very helpful.
So see, if you go to bars and you chop up your clothes and it looks like you've been in a fight, you're going to be really popular. All right. Fantastic. It looks great. I look forward to seeing your sleeve puffies.
Thank you. Bye.
See you. All right, where are we?
Miko.
Miko. Boop, 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 boop. Come on, you can do it. Nice. Okay. What do we have in here? So, kind of similar to before. I think that if you take SK Twist or any other, hold on, get on there. Any of the edging tools, if you just roll this edge, see how rolling that edge just separates that enough that you're not really changing it, but you're getting that little pop, which pushes that step. I think the same thing can be said here. Just push that step. Now, I would come back in with clay fill and, you know, kind of knock that back, fill that in. But it makes the steps just a touch clearer, and that helps your separation some. Like this is a back.
See.
What's that?
I see.
Oh. And then I would also do the same with the tips of the hair, just to separate them from your background.
This is sun throat. This is not hair.
It's what?
It is sun.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. It's implied hair with the sun. It's coming off the hair. What your sun rays? I figured it was sun, but get them up and off the background. Come back in. Clay, SK clay fill. Knock that little lip off so you're not. And then get that. Right, and that'll just get, you can see how that pulls that whole thing off of the surface some.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing you might want to do, and I'm going to say this, and I could be completely wrong about this, but I'm feeling it. Let's turn on symmetry. Let's turn the face off for a second. And I'm going to pull this up a little. And then I'm going to push this back a little. No. That wasn't pushing back. Push down. Oh, that's because that's clay fill, not move. Okay, well that explains two very important things that just happened there. We don't want to use clay fill. We want to use move. I'm like, why is that doing that? That looks weird. All right, we're going to move this up. And then we're going to kind of bring this down. And obviously, I muddled this a little, but let's bring that inside the head. Now I'm going to make this a lot deeper all of a sudden, so I'm not saying pull it up off the surface this far, but here, let's duplicate this so I can show you sort of what I'm talking about. Duplicate. And we're going to grab you, and we're going to take you all the way back to start. You can do it. Maybe. Boom! And I'm going to grab the face. Let's turn you off and just bring you forward for right now. So what I did, sorry about the ridge there, but here, let's actually, I want that even more. Oh, that's the face, isn't it? Oh, I'm like, why is that taking so long? Because I have radial 100 on. You can do it. I'm all crunchy. I stacked wood all day yesterday. We had someone come and cut down some trees on the property, and they chopped it up, and they're stacking the wood below one of the trees, and my OCD just freaked out, and they were just piling it up, and I put them in little pie shapes, and it's now like perfect, like clock wedges. Yeah. OCD is a terrible thing.
Helps some work.
Right. And now let's see if I can get this a little smoother. I know I mangled the pattern. I just want it's the angle I want right. So let's bring that up a little so there's not that big lip in it. And get that as such, maybe. Okay, that's better. And boom. Turn symmetry off. W. And obviously you're going to compress this some because, or I would compress this some because you don't want it standing that far off. But I just wanted to do a quick angle change. Because it is a sun, right, and it's radiating, I think that having the edges closest to the face, no, this one is what I'm working on. Come on, there we go. Turn gizmo off. Now, I would say make sure you don't have any of these steps in here because that makes it a little weird. It can have a nice curve to it, but that step. But what that does is, see, even from the side, these edges are bright, right? It looks radiating, right? It looks like, whoa, you have a nice even flow. The light is bright by the face and then flows back. Where how you have it right now, where it dives back behind, it's darker by the face. W. No. Okay. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. Let's bring it up. I think you were about there. Okay. That was pretty close. So you can see that it gets, like right here, it gets darker because it's going back and in below. And as you rotate this around, you get these dark points. And I understand it looks like it's coming out and around, but I think that if you put them going the other direction, where it's kind of brighter on the top, as you rotate it around, it's going to stay bright and it's going to reflect brighter. And so I think as a piece that's actively moving, it's going to seem brighter and thus in turn sunnier. Here, let's try something a little bit more metallic and see if that shows what I'm talking about. That's too much. That's too much. Where's the other one? I'm missing a reflective surface. Now that is fascinating. I obviously didn't transpose import my materials here yet. Maybe that. Let's try that. Okay. So see here, see how it feels like it's flowing as you rotate. It feels like it's flowing from the head. And here, it feels like it's knocked down and in. Well, that's actually quite nice. It might have just been my material made that look darker. That's going to pop the head out some. I might be wrong about that, but that's deeper. Here, let's see if this changes that. Let's turn this back to this. That does turn you on. W. Nope. Fine. We'll bring you up. And let me mask this off. Symmetry off, turn gizmo on, bring it down here. Actually, we need to do it with this, otherwise we're going to get those steps, soften it a little. Turn that on, turn transparency on, and let's bring you actually back down to where you should be. Turn you on. Turn you off, turn transparency off. Let's look at this again, where, because those peaks were really high, so it wasn't reading the same way. Now let's see. I could be totally off on this. Yeah, there we go. So see how it's very bright around the head, and then this sort of is tucking back and down, and I like the wave in it. That's what I was saying, like having that wave is good, and this is probably just taste, but I think that these edges are going to look pretty dark, where if it's a little bit more presentational, that sun's going to stay bright. And like I said, I mangled your curve, but that's something to think about. That's 6 one way, half dozen the other. That's not a thing. I just play with that reflection where it's not just going back and down. And that'll actually give you that sort of sun radiating up and out, maybe. I don't know.
I got it. The problem that I tried to make softer line between the face and the sun strokes, and now I will have to deal with it somehow once again. Not sure how I can make it.
Yeah. I'm just tossing that one out there. That might be a just shut up, Tomas, you don't know what the hell you're talking about thing. That's very possible.
I just wanted to ask you to help how I can deal with it if I go in the directions that you point.
Yeah. And this is lovely. It's nice. Here again. Yeah. I mean, like, I like the differences where this is heavier and this is thinner, you know, that changes it to where it's more like this is an architectural element and this is like subtle muscle stuff. You know, it's a nice transition, or it's a nice differential, I guess. I would say maybe because this is actually behind this, because you have all these subtle layers, I would definitely make this something that is actually in front and behind, where these are, you know, there's a tangible tucking here. It's just going to make that eye a little bit more say eye like, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
You know, see how that you lose it and you get like that step there, and it looks like the eye is actually behind that brow. And I would say also here, I would pull this back in a little. And it's going to give you a little bit more of an eyeball shape, right, where it's not so flat, but where it looks like it's tucking back up and under. And having the deepest thing, like your lips are very deep, but having your eyeballs sort of be deep, it's going to make those darker edges, which is going to make those eyeballs brighter. And it's going to become a little bit more of the central focus, right? You're changing the depths of your, of the elements, and that's going to read pretty well. The only other thing, I think, having this taper, so it looks like it's coming out from under, instead of just being a graphic. Right, where it looks like it's coming out of the mouth. Instead of, see how all this is the same thickness, like same thickness, same thickness, same thickness. If you get that to taper in, I think that'll be a little bit more dramatic, right? It's like speaking, the voice, the breath, where this is a little bit more graphic. It just looks like something stuck to the side. So transition that into the mouth. I think that'd be a little bit more dramatic. And then yet again here, see, because you have this return up, right? The silhouette of your eyeball is sort of doing this. So I would probably punch the edges of my eyeballs in just to give that a round. And what that does is it makes that a very rotational reflection. And so as you move it around, the light's going to spin in a circle in the eye. And it just makes the eyes a little bit more of the focus. And, you know, end of the day, if you have a face, unless it's a face with big teeth and a mouth and you want to look at the mouth, you know, you're really, the connection that we have with things is we learn to identify faces. And so that eye, that's why we're always saying eyes and clouds. And you know, genetically, we are designed to look at something looking at us. Because when you were... when you're an ape on the plains and there are lions out there, you need to know if the lion's looking at you or if the lion's looking at the deer. You know, it's like, So, you know, we're genetically predisposed to identify faces and see where they're looking. And so that's why keeping eyes, even if you flatten them out, keeping them spherical gives us very important information of directionality. And so I wouldn't lose that. And here, let me just duplicate. Nope. Yeah, fine. Whatever. W, turn this into a sphere. Delete lower. Now turn this into a sphere. Whoa, that's a big sphere. Come on, get down here. Wow, how big is that sphere? Well, that sphere is huge. All right, here, let's do this first. Oh, no, that's fine. Frame. Oh. My mom in a Facebook post earlier today was talking about going into test and finding talking about cancer. I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing? No, there was no. That's what I'm like. And we'll flatten it out so it's not quite a ball. But let's transparency. The other thing keeping eyeballs balls is that it really, you know, there's just so much, like I said, there's a lot more depth information in there, and you're really showing where you're looking. Let's get that a little bigger. Okay. Now I'm going to do this kind of quick and dirty. This isn't okay. Symmetry is turned off. Good. No, turn paint off. Cam on you. Whoa, what is up with that? Look at that. There are two of them. Okay, that is super weird. Okay, so let's move you over here. And I don't know why I have two active. I've never seen this happen in Lazy Nizami. I think when I hooked the sword soft or soft sword soft, I think that both of the tools are hooked. It's like, that's not good. Okay, so obviously this is not exactly right. And I think it could be a little, this should be a little flatter. Let us go to something reflective. But see, as it moves around, you're getting the sphere reflection on the eye. And that's telling us that it's curving back and under. But see how bright it is here, and you get these nice deep shadow forms? Where here, see how we're getting like a weird bright thing because it's coming up. And this is thicker, and we have this dark shadow here. And here you're always going to have on that outside that spherical information. And it really, like, that gives us a lot of information about where this eye is looking, you know? And I just think that it creates a much more active and a much more, I mean, just even there, you can see this highlight here. It's a sphere, where this is sort of a scoop. Now, if you're trying for a scoop, fine. But I think that going with spherical eyes, especially on masks and things like that, where, you know, the eyes really are what's going on, I think that that'll help with that. So, yeah, I think get this to where it looks like a taper. So it's coming out of the mouth. Spherize the eyes. Kind of get the eyes in the right direction where, you know, this is going over this, which is going over that, which is going over that. You know, that stepping stuff kind of going on here. I know I muffed it up when I changed the shape of the eye. Yeah, I think that's actually it. Yeah, get those steps, get that ridge in those steps so they look a little clearer as steps. Yeah. Actually, I think you're framing that better. Especially, I don't have that wave, so I'm not getting that bright lip there, but no, all in all, that looks good.
I also have a question about the little flares on the circle.
Yeah.
When I was making them, I was concerned about their look, but I was not able to figure out something better.
Oh, no, they don't bother me at all. I mean, you know, it sort of looks like a little flare, like you said. You know, I don't think that there's an issue. I think, you know, you might do something like knock one of these edges down so it's a multi, you know, because now that, you know, that sort of has that sort of flamey, flary thing. But honestly, I don't think that, I mean, I knew what they were, you know what I mean? So it's not something that bothered me in any way, shape, or form. You know, if you were actually trying to make it a flare, but if you were, I would have, yeah, I mean, I don't think, you know, you can make it a little bit more, just put an extra little whoop in there on the top. And then, you know, you're sort of getting that flame thing, but yeah, I don't think you need it because it's pretty abstract, you know. Like I said, the only thing that could help you make it feel flamey or flare-ish, you know, is instead of this just being one swoop, if you just get one more little wavy bit in there, you know, where you know, something like that, feasibly that could make it, you know, a little bit more flary. But I mean, you know, the shapes on the face are abstracted, so it's not like you're trying to make these look like little fire bits, you know. So I think they're fine.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think they're good. Like I said, you can make them look like little fire wisps, but I don't know if you're that literal anywhere. Because if you did that there, then I would come back in here and turn some of these into a little bit more fire wisps. You don't need to go through all that garbage. Yeah, no, I think just making the eyeball spherical help. Making these steps. Getting the little thing to come out of the mouth so it doesn't look like it's just like a shape glued to the side of the face. And yeah, it looks great. It's fun. I like this sort of, you have like this very carnival sort of, you know, Venetian carnival masky sort of feel going on. It's cool.
I am planning to insert it into a larger composition for a window or something like
Sure.
this.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I like it. You're
Thank you a
killing it.
lot.
Yeah, you're killing it. It looks great. 2 thumbs up.
Thank you. I'm shy.
Have a wonderful day. All right.
You too.
What's next?
Up next we have Riz.
Which one's that?
That one is he just named the file Rizu thing, so I have no idea.
Rizzy thing?
Rizu.
Oh, well, that's Raytheon. I think that's Raytheon too, right? Nope. That's Rizu thing. All right, here we go. We have a Rizu thing. Yeah, you do. That's sort of like a... That's the back? That's the front?
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's a lag. Oh, okay. Sorry. I was like, what do you mean that's the back? Okay.
So the idea with this was, it was just sculpting practice. There wasn't any intention at first to finish it,
Sure.
turn it into any jewelry. But the more I sculpted it, the more I liked it, and then I just sort of decided to finish it. It's not perfect. There's probably areas that I'd like to improve, but definitely just want to get your feedback on it.
Yeah, of course.
Also, if I could ask later on how you might yourself approach doing some of these curves, because some of them are quite difficult to clean up. So
Yeah, it's always a joy, isn't it?
yeah, that was like, honestly, that was the war. Cleaning those up was the war.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, just keep doing it, push through this, and yeah, let's finish this.
Okay, so are a lot of these different parts, or is this one piece?
It should be separate.
Okay, hold on. Let me just look at. Here we go. Okay, so we'll start. We'll do this guy in a minute. Let me duplicate you, and we are going to just drag you to the bottom. And I am going to ZBrush you. So, one of the issues, or why you're having bigger problems cleaning things up, is that you really need to keep your subdivision levels. And I'll show you why.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. No, this is
Oh, you blew all that out? Okay.
Yeah, this file is just like I merged everything together. Z-remeshed, I did a play and then just baked it, if you know what I mean.
Sure. Yeah.
Usually I just dynamesh till I've formed my main shapes, and then I'll Z-remesh, and then fix the curvature at the lowest subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
And
Exactly.
then go back up.
Yeah.
But I was having a weird bug yesterday because I was dividing, but it wasn't giving me subdivision levels.
And it wasn't giving you subdivision levels?
Yeah, it increased the number of polygons, but it didn't give me the the slider where you can change. I don't know what it was doing. I don't know if
That's
it was a
weird.
bug or something.
Yeah, I love how people get really aggravated when they're like, oh, it's so buggy, it's this, it's that. It's like, you know what, man? Breathe through it. Just reboot. It'll usually fix itself. Yeah, they've designed this beautiful program that does absolutely crazy things. But with that, you also have to understand that sometimes it gets squirrely, All right, 900 is fine. Let's turn all these guys off. Let's bring, nope, not you. Bring you down. Yep, that's you. Okay, so divide. Project all. Oh, you have to turn that on to project it. I'm like, why is projection not even an option? No, transparency is what I'm shooting for. There we go. Project all. No. I just want to have subdivision levels so we can talk about cleaning up.
Well, I'll try and keep the original file then if I upload in future.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's just if we're going to discuss it with everyone else watching too, it's because this is something everyone has problems with. It's a very common issue, and that is, oh my God, I've sculpted this thing, now it's lumpy, and we don't need 15 million polys. Lower res, delete higher. That should be fine. Okay, so now let's look at the whole thing for a second.
One thing I do find with these curves, I don't know if you agree or not, but it's better to work in medium polygons, I guess, because too low poly, and you won't be able to get like the curvature.
Right, it's very easy to blow out your curves. Yes, exactly. You have to be careful about where you go with it, and I mean, sometimes if you have a pinch or something and you have a very relaxed mesh, sometimes if it's really distorted and torqued, even if you go down, it becomes hard to retain that. And that's where sometimes you just have to relax it and then just reproject that one little part, like duplicate it and reproject that little area. But yeah, you don't want to go too low unless you're lining up the edge, unless you're making the shape at the very, very lowest form. So your grain is really doing what you need it to do. Honestly, like this section, the curves are looking good. This section, the curves are making sense. In this section, I just think that because you have a lot of over and under as a crowning piece, you're not having anything weaving, but that's okay because it sort of looks like a crown sitting on top. It has weight. This has interesting curve. So, and you're real close. It's just funny because, so here, let's make this our history state. No. Nope. You're not our history state. I need to go to this tool. There we go. Now, you are our history state. Putting the history state up there wouldn't have helped us at all. All right, I'm going to take this, and I'm just going to get rid of this for a second. Because I just want to make sure that these two planes really are associating.
See it.
Because that reflection story is really going to tell it, right? Because see how it sort of pinches down in there in the distance here, and that's kind of going that way, and then that's going, see, these two don't really line up. So I often do exactly what I'm doing here is choose a history state, come in and get it to where these two surfaces really are, a nice, smooth, good curve. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's a lump there, but it's okay. Shh. No one sees it. And once you, I'll normally, come on. I'll often come in here and just grab that section. Let's turn everyone else off. And just look at it from the side and make sure that I don't have any weird humps in it. And often I'll just fix it with move. You know, just make sure that it's a nice, good, well-connected surface. That's looking pretty darn good. And then I need to make sure that this is lining up with that. And that lines up with that. And then I'll often just come in with pinch. And not mangle this, you know, just do it very lightly, because all I'm trying to do is tune that edge. I'm not trying to drag all the geometry all over the place. All right, close enough. Grab my history brush. Boop. Come back in. Put this back.
That's a lot easier than what I was doing. That's amazing.
And now we can make that soft again. But now those two surfaces are definitely connected, you know?
Yeah. That's, yeah. You can actually see it sort of through now.
Yeah. You know, you can spend more time than I am getting it right. But
So when you took the history, you just took, where did you take the history state from?
so I took, so when we started, right? I'm just going to come all the way back to here. You can do it. There you go. So I know that this piece is where I want it, right? You know, this is the good look. It's just that these two curves aren't really matching one another. So I'm going to come in. This is my base form where I want it to be. Come in and just hold down Control and tap. And see how that little thing turns white. There it is. And then we stroke all the way through that guy. And from that to, come on, you can do it. Boom, that. Show it. There we go. And what's nice is that we can actually do the same thing here. Because that initial state is the same state, right? Yeah. And we can come back in and make sure these guys connect.
I'm actually really, really happy to do this, because the main reason I wanted to try this up and under stuff was because of your coffee table. And you know, the way you were creating kind of depth and layering and things like that. It's, I'm going to try and replicate that somewhere.
Yeah.
So to see it here as well.
Yeah. And then, you know, get those things to actually touch. Spend more time than I am on this. And then same thing, history brush, and just come back in, fill it in, rotate. Now this is important though. So if you'll notice when I was doing this, here, let me just go back before I smoothed it out. There it is. See how this is pulling up towards the surface? History brush is a projection tool. It's not a morph tool. So it will really pay attention. It's pulling 90 degrees to the camera. So you want to make sure that you're rotating around your tool to get clean things. So I pulled all that up. So I'm going to come back here, smooth this out. And then I'm going to come back in here, and you can see that it's not stretching anymore, right? It's not pulling everything to camera. And then you just kind of relax it. And then I want to do this side, so I'm going to rotate it. You can see that pulling, right? How it's pulling all that up towards camera. Well, now I'm just going to smooth this out. And I'm going to smooth that out. Just decide where that goes. Smooth. And now those curves really feel like they're layering. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, massively.
Yeah. So that's a really good technique when you're doing weaving. And normally I don't care. Like I'll get it to this point, you know, I'll just brush it in really fast. I'll define my top edge. Like I'll define the thing that's on the top surface, right? I'll make sure that this is where I want it to be. And I'll make sure that this is where I want it to be. I'll store that as my history state. And then I'll come in, dig those two things out, make sure that this and this are a clean edge, and that these surfaces make sense, right? If this is, you know, that thick going under, I want it to be that thick coming out. You know, I want all of these surfaces to reference the one that's on the other side, and then your brain's instantly going to pick it up. Because if we look over here, I mean, let's look at where these curves are going, right? That's going, and that's going, you see what I mean? So you just need to make sure that these are actually connecting, because your brain, because when I first looked at this looked like, I thought this was doing this, right? And that was doing that. And then I was like, oh, no, I think that's supposed to connect to that. So, you know, it's really important to make sure that that bright edge, no, that, how do I turn that off? You know, that this edge is going where you want it to go, because that's what your brain is going to use to identify what's happening. And you can see here, I kind of pinched that. Those aren't perfect because I was rushing through it. You know, make sure those are nice, clean curves. And you have an idea of curves, so that's not a big deal. So I would do that. The other thing I'd probably do is you have this edge here. I might either signify like a return there, so it's like an arrow, or I might have this come where you actually see it here, and then maybe there, you know, if that's going under that, that's there. But, you know, if this were an angle, chances are you'd see it there or something, right? This is going somewhere, it's a really nice, bold shape. And either way, you know, works fine, whether it's an arrow sort of shape, or if it's this thing that's going up and under. But this is, excuse me, this is just a pretty big dramatic step, and it disappears really quickly. If you don't want it to show up back here, I would probably have it pointing down a little bit more. And then if you look at the angle, you're going to realize that it's going to dive out before it gets there. But I would definitely make that line, instead of, see how you have this surface here, and then it feels like this goes back, and that's thicker than that surface. So somewhere in here, I would have that, no matter what, as a delineator, whether it's doing this, or if this is on top of that, I would figure out how that dives out.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't, and it returns, one or the other. But by this getting thicker here, I would, if let's say you do this, right? Okay, so it doesn't go through. I would cut this back. So this thickness is the same. It doesn't just cruise in there. And then you have, you know, a consistent ribbon thickness. And that can do whatever it does. And that can do whatever it does. But see how the thicknesses are all referential to themselves. Just pay attention to these thicknesses, because they tell as much of the story as these lines lining up, right? Okay. Now let's turn everybody on. Yeah, you did a good job with it down here. And the face is cool. Everything's in the right place. You know, I mean, depth-wise, it all makes sense. So these guys. The only thing I would say about these guys, well, their curve's a little wonky. Right, you have this, it gets thin right here, and then it kind of gets thick and thin and thick. Try to keep your thicknesses consistent in the sense of it can be thick, thin, thick, right? Thin, thicker, then it gets thin and thicker. Yeah. But just make sure that it sort of makes sense why it's doing it. You know, so we have like this thick spot, and we have the only thing about these guys, like you have this little loop here. And these just kind of like, this isn't a very dynamic form. It flattens out here. I think I probably would have especially since you've already established an over-under patterning going on. I think I probably would have brought this one in front of that one. Because that cuts the longer of the two out, right? You know, this is a very long shape. So now you sort of have two similar cut lengths.
That does look better.
And then you may want to cross over up here feasibly. So there's at least an interaction of something going on. And that's purely this one's taste. Yeah. But
I definitely did try and rush this one out the door.
yeah, yeah. Oh no, but you know what? I mean, honestly, for it being rushed and it being, you know, like you said, not necessarily focusing, you know, you obviously threw down a bunch of shapes when exploring and playing with them and futzing with them. And then you were like, hey, wow, that worked. And you decided to make something out of it. That's what I'm assuming. That's my guess, is how this played out.
Exactly how it played out.
Yeah. And so I would, I would say it looks great. I mean, honestly, there are very few places that I don't understand what's happening. You know what I mean? And when you start to do this kind of stuff, not you, when anyone starts to do this kind of stuff where you're trying to do weavings and you're trying to get things to go in and out, it's very easy to have things that have nothing to do with each other, right? But I'd say your vocabulary is pretty consistent here, you know. Yeah. And so now let's come back to this groover. Come on, there we go. So how to clean up your form. So I kind of decided this is what we're going to do. And so now, you know, and I got it to that point, and that was enough. First of all, turn our Z intensity down. That's very important, because if you'll notice, I'm going to lay this stroke down and see how when it rolls over the other shapes and stuff, it doesn't really get lumpy. And what that is, why it does that. So let's see. Trying to think of a shape. Well, there. So when clay tubes is laying stuff down, right, it's laying it at a layer, and its normals are going 90 degrees to the surface. And when we come here, it sort of fills, because it's a clay tool, right? It sort of fills in the gap, and then it kind of goes back and up to its thickness. Clay fills holes, okay? But it also is trying to throw its norm, how it's laying the brush down is 90 degrees to your normals. And so when you do like roll over things, you can wind up getting these kind of crump corners and stuff. Right. And the same thing happens when you know, let's say this is the edge you have down, and then you lay your brush down and you're going along your thing and you kind of go this way. And then you get like this lip ridge here, right? Because it's laying at 90 degrees to the surface it's touching. So you get these weird sort of bump ridges. And here, let me sharpen this up real quick. And edge. Clay tubes, and I'm going to crank this up. And this is literally the number one problem I see with a lot of my students. And I say students more than anything because I'm tracking what they're doing, you know. And that is, so you come in, you lay this down, you're like, oh, everything's great. And then you do this. And see, there it is, right? The plane is going this way and this plane's going this way. And you get these weird intersections where you're going 90 degrees to the surface and you're getting a layer. Now that also happens on surfaces that kind of have lumps like this, and then you get this sort of chatter along that's sort of doing that. Now I'm going to kick this up to 100 now, and we're going to see how weirder that gets, and see how now it's really chattery and really weird, because it's really taking into consideration all those surfaces, and every time it points in a different direction, it's trying to lay a flat surface on that. And you can see how this is intersecting flat surfaces is what the chatter is. Well, if we kick this all the way down to like 3 or 4, when I come in here, you notice it just seems super smooth even when I'm going over it. And I come back and I smooth it out. I smooth it out, and I get my bigger brush and I lay it down. And you see how we get so much less of that weirdness. And that's because there's just no depth there. You know, it can't get over itself if the height is no thicker than the angle, right? You know, it's reacting at such a low level, you're not getting all that dynamics that are happening on the outside of the brush. So first thing is make sure your brush is set at a very low. I mean, 10 is a strong brush intensity for my clay tubes. And the other thing to remember is the more geometry you have, the less the intensity you need. So if I go up to 16 million instead of 4, I might use 2. And I don't know why it is. It's just how the brush works. So, and you can see here, right? Remember how much chatter there was when I was overlaying the 2 different brushes just a second ago? Look, now it's just a little line. I'm just going to come back, smooth that out, and throw another edge in there. So you can see that just instantly, with the lower resolution brush, I have much more control over my surface. And you can see it's starting to do it right there, right? But that is so much easier to deal with than the real chatter. The other thing I tend to do is I'll come back over and I knock down the center of my plane. Because as we're going over things, we're not, like I'm trying to fill this in, right? Well, I'm not going to go all the way up to the edge because I don't want to go over the edge. So when I stroke, I sort of step back a little bit more every time. And instead of a flat surface, you wind up with something that's heavy in the middle. Well, what I discovered is SK Trim Polish is really good at knocking down edges. So if I come in and I do this, I'm sort of doing the same thing. I'm staying away from my edges. So instead of something that's this on the thing, I have something that's a little bit recessed. And I'm getting my surfaces to make sense for me. And I'm like, yeah, this is good. Look at me go. Ooh. And now when I come in with SK Trim, what I'm doing is I'm knocking down that outside edge. You can see that there's still that stroke texture here in the middle, but it's knocking down that outside edge. And so that allows me to do 2 or 3 strokes with the SK Trim. I'm going to knock out those outside edges, get them nice, sharp, and crisp. And then I can just kind of come in and tap my center. And now I have a much cleaner surface than if I were trying, I undid it. Than if I were trying to do something that has a higher belly. SK Trim. And you can see that with a few steps, you can get down in there. But even here, if you catch an edge, SK Trim Polish is really good about not catching edges. But you can see that it's I have to go over it quite a few times before I can get back to my edges. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that's really my key is coming over it low, getting my surface where I want them to be. The other thing is change direction of your brush, right? You can see where I was coming in here and I kept getting that weird U scoop right there.
Yeah.
So if you just come back and go across it, sometimes it just feels better. Feels better, not feels better.
I did find when sculpting this, it's definitely more important to be rotating your mesh as much as possible for stuff like this compared to game assets and whatever.
Oh yeah, because so much of this stuff is, and that's why the glove I think is so important. It's really about anchoring your hand and then using it as, like a compass, right? And that's really how I get such nice, clean, good curves is I'll anchor my wrist, right? This is right off the tip of my or right here, and I'll find the radius. And then if it's a big curve, I'll come out here and I sort of lock my wrist and I'll use my arm as my radius and then I'll flip my wrist in, but so much of it on these big Cintiqs is about anchoring your hand and just getting a good curve position,
So you're using the Cintiq with the display?
Yeah. I have, hold on, it'll get there. This is a 24 inch, I think.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't really used the displays much.
What's
just
that?
I haven't really used the displays much.
Oh, I could never live without it. It's ridiculous. I'm worthless without my Cintiq. I actually bought a Cintiq before I had a computer. I had a laptop, but
Can you go and sit by the river and use it like wherever you want?
if you have external power, this thing's these take a lot of juice. So not one of the big ones. This is my no. This isn't the one. Oh, this is the older one. My newer one I have. This is an old 24. I have a new. Is it 22 and 20? I always get confused whether the old one's a 24 and the new one's a 22, or if this one's a 22, or were they both 24s? I don't know.
New one's a 24.
Okay. Is this a 24?
I thought the old one was a 27.
Okay.
I thought you were on a 27-inch QHD in your office.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, so, but what's so funny is this seems so much smaller because of the
That's
resolution.
because it's not 4K, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My buttons are like this big. I'm like, I feel like, Coco the gorilla when I use this. It's like push big red button. And the other thing to remember when you're cleaning up your curves and stuff is, let me here. And so I'm like sitting here and I got this flat spot, right? You're like, you come back in and you stroke on it, and then you come back in here and you stroke on it, and you're like, it just never goes away. Remember that move tools are awesome. You can literally just bring that in and just move it, sometimes I get stuck where I'm always trying to sculpt it out, and you're just like, oh my God, just grab, move, and move it. There you go. Look, it's perfect. Slide is another really good one, because you can grab it and just kind of push the curve where you want it to be, slide it back over. So push and slide are really, really important tools for tuning up a curve, because you can come back in here and you already have that edge. So instead of trying to, sculpt it, unsculpt it, you can see that I can literally just I'm just using slide, and I can take that and just little tap it, into a much nicer curve.
Sometimes just pinch the edges as well.
Yep, pinching the edges is good. The only problem with pinching the edges is when you have, let's say something like this, where, let me clean that up.
Never thought to use slide though. I'll try that next time.
Yeah, because like if you have something like this and it's fairly close and you come in and pinch the edge, often what happens is you get, hold on, undo that. Come on. Let me get this a little bigger so this is even more dramatic, so it becomes obvious what I'm talking about here. SK trim polish. And we're like, okay, well, I'm going to pinch this edge. Hold on, I'm going to do one more swipe here just to make sure that's clean. Oh, I'm going to pinch my edge. And you come in and you pinch your edge and you're like, okay, I want this to be nice and pointy. Okay, I want it to be about there. Well, what we have done, is we have dragged that undersurface up. And so when you're pinching an edge, here, let's go back to our, here you can see it from this angle pretty well. See how it pulled all that up? And so that ruins our over and under dramatically. So, and I mean, obviously I heavy-handed that to death, and you can do it without being like that. But instead of risking, you know, you can see that this curve kind of comes like this, and then we have a flat spot here, and then it curves like this, right? There's a flat spot right here. Often it's just so much easier to kind of get your brush to be roughly the size that you want it to be with that curve, and you just tap it and push it, and you see we just pulled that center right out, and I push that back up and under, so I'm actually accenting the curve. So slide is really helpful in situations like that. And you can see you can just get it to where you want it. And then this is where I would use pinch, get it kind of big. And then you can really tune your curve by doing a really light pinch stroke. And let's look at my geometry here. You want to make, here, let's undo. Is this where we were? Let's get to our point where I hadn't pinched it. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Give me another color that's a crappy color to see. I just want something with high contrast. There we go. We can see her. So this is what most people do with pinch, is they'll come in and they'll do this, and they're like, okay, well, now I have my edge. And you do have your edge. But look what you just did to your mesh. So if you come in and you just, let's do it so I can actually see the curve. And I'm just tapping this. I'm using very little pressure, and I'm just kind of tapping my surface. And now, you know, there's distortion, but it's not melodrama, right? You know, it's not that. So you just need to be careful when you're using pinch that you're not mangling your mesh. Now, the other thing about pinch, if you do get, you know, a nice edge that you like, and you've got it all consolidated, and it's super, super sexy, and it is now super, super mangled. Lower res, lower res, lower res. I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to smooth, too much, higher res. I'm going to come back here, and I'm just going to try not to go over the, you can see that I change the grain in my mesh shifts here. That angling there isn't necessary. That's because we're going on the bias on those squares. And so as long as you're going with grain, you know, you can smooth out. But the second that it goes on the bias, so instead of all your lines going with the grain of the squares and then curving, you're going from one corner to another. And we know that that creates that sort of like paper airplane collapsey square thing. And that's why when we go around this, this becomes like right here, you can see that the line is going through the halfway points of those squares, and you're going to get a lot of distortion there. But I'm trying to smooth on either side of the joint. So I'm relaxing that mesh around it. But I'm trying not to roll over that joint. And I mean, I can tap it, but most of my smoothing is going on out here. And you can see that this is relaxing that geometry. And now as I come back up, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res, we can get the geometry relaxed. And then when we go back over it with pinch, the next round, we've kind of creeped that geometry into place. And Get it?
Yeah.
And instead of pinching the hijibis out of it, just come over with SK trim, polish, and you can just re-tap that ridge back into place, because you've put the ridge where you wanted it with the pinch. You relax the manglitude out of it, and then you use SK trim to take it back to, see, we're going over that surface again. And you can really clean up your edges that way pretty quickly. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Lower res. Smooth. And the real key is to not cross over your lips, right? I want to see how I crossed over there. I want to do it where you're coming back behind and you don't cross over the lip, because it'll remember the lip if you don't really abuse it in the process. Does that make sense? Abuse it in the process. Shoot. And then once again, if you get a, hold on, let me make that lump a little more dramatic. Oh, look, I rolled over my edge. Slide. And you can just take it right back out. But once again, you want to do little short pushes. You don't want to be like, because now you're distorting your mesh again. Yeah.
Okay.
Right on?
Yeah, perfect.
It looked great. A lot of fun.
I have 2 more questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
I noticed on an earlier sculpt you were adding the noise in between the like blank areas. Would I need to add something like this to this piece, do you think?
It couldn't hurt.
Like, would it be worth it, or
oh yeah,
not need it, or?
well, need is a very dramatic word, sadly. It, like I said, it couldn't necessarily hurt, but you need to be careful because you have these planes, right? So, and this is sort of like with that point here. Let's go back to this guy. Let's say you decide this is a blank spot. This is a blank spot. So we're going to put that in there, and maybe a little there, and here I got a blank spot here. So you need to make sure that if it is a blank spot, right, that it isn't tying to a facet. Or if it is, you have to make sure that that facet remains textured. So, see, like, that would actually punch your curves dramatically, right? And so we're going to be there. And now let's just say I've decided that I really want this to pop. So I'm going to do this to separate out that tip. Right? It works great. But now this is where, well, what's going on here, right? Because if you notice, this doesn't have texture. That plane doesn't have texture. When we come back in here and the thickness of this, you could do right, you can do that, and that sells that story that there's something going on back there. But now you need to make sure that this line makes sense. Yeah. And now what is happening here, right? Let's get that thickness there. Okay, so if this is smooth and has no texture, that has texture, that has texture, and try to keep these things thickness relative. They don't have to, like, it can taper, but they need to make sense thickness wise. If you're going to have a blank or a textured back space, right? Because if that just blends in, then you lose your thickness. It becomes confusing. Like, here's a perfect example. Okay, well, where's the negative space? Where's the texture? Okay, well, we're gonna do this. Okay, so that is my blank space. That's my thickness. And I know it doesn't associate to this down here. I'm just, and we go, okay, we like that. That's our thickness of our guy. That's groovy. And so now that defines that we can put this in there. Well, a little too big. Let's make that smaller. Right. And so you get that chatter, and that's telling us our texture story, right? And so that's where, if you had this, that's blank space. It's probably easy enough to do that. And now the texture of negative space, I don't have to justify why this plane isn't continuing out here. Where's the transition? Well, the transition's right here. And now this line becomes important. Right.
Okay.
And, that would help punch that nicely, So I think texture would actually allow you to define, or not allow you, it would force you to define where these things begin and end, right? Because some of this, you got a little muddy in there. And it's not muddy in the sense of the design. It's, you're working quick. You didn't make a conscientious decision about it. But, now if you're going to be using a texture as negative space, it's going to force you to define what negative space is.
I should probably look at some examples, shouldn't I, of noise in jewelry, and try and work out why that noise is used more. Well, work out more why the noise is used.
Well, really, most of the time, noise is just used to define negative space, and it really punches negative space. And so, like, if I were doing high carat gold, and the only reason, okay, any gold, anything you can't tarnish. The only reason I say high carat gold is because you can't oxidize it, right? It doesn't oxidize. Whereas some low carat golds you can get to oxidize. So in silver, we use oxidization to punch the highlights, right? I mean, that's the whole point of putting a background in, is so you get a contrast between the front, the highlight, and the chatter, the negative space. So once again, like the Chinese do a lot of
funnily enough, I was watching Zilong Shu's stream from, I think it was 2019, ZBrush Summit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he talked about a lot of that sort of stuff in there as well, and curvature as well. It was really interesting to watch.
Really, sandblast. These pictures are really giving. See, like, these are the sculptures, but it's not really. Well, here you can sort of see it. So they sandblast these things, and then they come back and polish, or they high polish and then they mask it and sandblast it. But you can see that they're using the sandblasting. So this is a crappy one. They have some really exquisite ones where, like here, this is much better. Like you can see that the shiny versus the sandblasting, and that's how they're telling the tones of it. And they have entire shops of these things that are like high carat gold, weird little sculptures. Well, here's a much better example of the Buddha, though. So you can see that this is sandblasted, and then that's high polish. So they're just using texture to define, like, they're using the sandblasting. Oh, that's the skin tone, right? They're getting multiple colors out of high carat gold. And so that would be sort of what we're doing here, right? And you just don't polish that. You high polish everything else. And that's just, you're just defining design details by having separate textures. And so the texture literally is just, oh, one thing's cloth, one thing's skin, one thing's architectural element, the other one is just background, right? And so that's really how you're using texture, is to define what, like on where is she? I think it's this one. Right, smooth texture here, but on the cape or on the skirt, right, this is smooth, this is leather. And that texture difference is showing you the difference of material. So they're just using texture as a material definition tool, I guess. Did I lose you? Where are you? Come on.
My last question was about the gems. I just threw some gems into place where I thought they could theoretically go, but it didn't do anything with the actual placement of it or the design. Is that something that is added by the jeweler, or
well,
do I
I
need to
think
design
that
that
it depends.
in
It depends. So like you know, when I talk about melee, what melee is, melee is when you put tiny diamonds all over everything. Here, let's. Yeah, of course. Here you go. So that's melee. And so if you're doing something like this, 99.9% of the time, your jeweler doesn't want you to do the settings on this. Especially this, where it's multiple sizing. The stones are different sizes. A lot of melee these days is like just really mechanical, really set, really. How come did I miss
never
that?
understood how they do this.
Yeah.
Just like weird. How does it even stay in place?
So what they do is they drill a hole, they cut a seat, they set the stone in it, and then they raise beads. And all that means is you have a flat sheet of metal and they take a hook and they just kind of go like this, and it raises a prong. And they call it a bead. And so you just kind of push it up and over, and it I think it might be
So I don't need to add the prompts, basically.
well, on yours, hold on, let's turn everybody on. Excuse me. So like on this one, what you have to consider is the seat, and is there enough metal for the seat? And so you would definitely want to make sure that you have enough meat around it that you can set the stone. Because this is not round, I would use this stone to cut the seat, which is the hole that it sits in. And I would probably make these prongs, right? Do something like, you know, that. Or make it a high ridge and they can just fold the whole things over and you can bezel set it without prongs. But then you're going to have a frame around this, right? So I would put prongs. I would cut a seat for this, especially because it's not round. So this is a slightly more complicated. What just happened there? I don't know. Something went back. Oh.
You can hide the gem because the geometry under there is flat.
Yeah, so I would come in here and I would come on, you. Make sure that it's you want it to sit flush. You want it to sit just below flush. And just see where it is. You can move it around, play with it, but then use the stone to Boolean out the seat. And then if this had prongs, you know, make sure that there's meat there for the stone setter to use. On this one, right, see how it's sitting out? You've got to figure out where that metal is touching. So it's like, okay, well, it's got to be behind that. And if there's a seat, so if there's metal that's flat, here, let's flip this. So you can see where the girdle is, or the little ridge of the stone. You want, oop. Come on, you. Okay. You definitely want enough metal there for when you Boolean that out, for it to cut to where the girdle is. And you want enough meat there. So when you Boolean this thing out, and let's say you want, here, I'm going to raise that a little higher. And I'm going to make this bigger. Now let's come to you. Okay, that's the one we want. We're going to bring you down here real quick. We're going to flip you back. Nope. We're going to flip you back. And I'm going to just tune this edge. Tune this edge just a touch. And this isn't obviously the only way you could do this. I'm just giving you an example of sort of how I would wrap my head around how I'm going to set this. All right, and so now I'm going to take this stone, I'm going to duplicate it. I am going to hide that one. I'm going to hide everyone. I'm going to try to hide everyone. I'm going to go to Gizmo. I'm going to tap the center of that surface, and now I know that right, my gizmo is 90 to my table. I'm just going to reset this, flipped it upside down. We're just going to turn it back around this way. So now I know that that table is 90 degrees in my world. I'm now going to come in here. I'm going to hit extender, rotate this out, move my blue dot up, come back up here. I'm going to drag my blue dot to the center of my girdle. And now I'm going to drag this out. You see how it's going both directions. Normally I'm going to do this when it's sort of sitting in the stone, so I tend to slap that down. No. Undo that. Is that going to get bigger now? It sure is. I need that to be 0. It's the wrong one. That's not the one I wanted. These are not the droids you're looking for. Give me 0. Oh, is 50 it? No? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're killing me. Bend art. Let's get out of there. Accept. Okay, and now let's go back to extender. Oh, good. It reset. Drag that up. Put it in the middle of my girdle. Drag this out. Over here, you slide that down, and it only stretches in one direction. And then that way you can do this without moving your stone all over the place. Right. Drag that up. Hit accept. Not reset. Drag that up. Drag that up. Hit accept. Go back to extender. Move this down. And that's fine. And I'm going to drag this out a little. And I just need to make sure that that's below my point or my culet. And now we have this, and you can see that this still has the facets. It's the rough shape. And now we're going to go accept. I'm just going to come in here and go to flatten. I'm going to flatten that edge. I'm going to flatten that edge just so I don't ever think that this is a stone. Right, but this inside where that is the same shape. We go accept. And now I am going to come here, come to this guy. Like I said, normally I do this. I make a cutter for the stone before I move it, and then you can move them with, and you want this to be, yeah, let's get it on the same plane as the table. Turn paint off. I need to see what's going on here. Alright, so boop. That is a pretty darn close. And now I'm just going to drag this up until the girdle's there. Now we're going to slide that. Right, so it's sitting in the same place the stone is. And you can see if you make these as a set beforehand, when you tilt it, you just Boolean them together. Or not Boolean, just download them together so they're on the same subtool, and then split them. And then there's separate subtools. And now you come in here, new folder, label your folders. It's really important. And is this the part? Yep, that's the part. We're going to drag that in there. Start, cutter. Is everybody visible? Nope. See, that wasn't going to work. Boolean folder. Go to here. Hide this. Frame. Rotate. And now the stone setter has hide our stone. Right, you can see, well, I only did the 1/2, but you can see that it's set up for that. And now we can come in, just kind of kick that back, get this, and we can define this edge as we want. And we're just going to let it raise a little. And we're going to bring here and have this raise a little. And what I mean by raise is where they come up like this. And what that allows the stone setter to do is then come by with either a hammer tip or a graving tool, and they're just going to knock this down over the edge of the stone, and that could pinch that in there, and then you don't have, you know, these prongs, but you've now wedged that in, and by having that there, the stone cutter knows where it's going. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Kind of.
You explained it very well. I'm not sure my brain can handle it all right now.
That's okay. I'll tell you how to do it again on the next one. And it is recorded.
So you need to keep doing, isn't it? And you get used to it over time.
Oh yeah.
like doing articulation or
Yeah.
something.
It's always a joy.
Things.
Always a joy. Cutters. Make cutters. That's how to deal with articulation. Get your articulation sorted out, and then get it where there's a little bit of airspace in all your joints. Boolean that out so you have the airspace as the solid, and now you can slide that on anything else. Boom, and all your geometry is always there. Cutters rock. All right.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So many, but really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and we're always here. Have any more questions? You know where I'm at.
I'll be here.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Of course. So, everyone out there, just a quick break. If you're on YouTube, hit subscribe. If you like what you're seeing, hit like. And if you have any questions, put them in the comment section, and either I or someone from Pixologic will get back to you. Hit subscribe. It's important. How are we doing?
Good.
All right.
Next up, do you need to go to the bathroom, get a drink, anything?
No, it's only been 14 hours. Sure. Good call. Thanks, Dad. It's party time. All right, one sec. Oh, I'm going to hurt so bad when I move. Whoa, holy Hannah. Whew. Piling wood and sitting in a chair, that's rough. Oh, I'm definitely getting a hot tub before I'm going to bed tonight. I feel beat up. Oh, that's a disappointment. I thought that peppermint would be hard so I could suck it and it would go, but it's, you know how they have the spongy mints? They're not the hard mints.
Like a Mentos?
No, these were sitting over by the coffee maker, so I thought they'd be, you know, like hard mint. They're like not chewy, but, you know, they're not like hard candy. They're more like powdered, compressed powder. You know, they're never mind.
Yeah, sounds terrible. Sounds real disappointing.
It was actually quite disappointing. I have to admit I was a little bummed out about that one. All right, where are we?
We are on Esan, which is a JPEG, and I anticipate everyone from here on will be a file you have not downloaded yet.
Right, because we
These
still
are
have
all submitted
Raytheon.
after the stream started. Well, Wraith we're going to push to next week.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, so where's this JPEG? Is it in Dropbox?
Probably in disk. Yeah, in Dropbox.
We haven't done one new one. All these were from last week, huh? Well, I guess I did stream last week, so we had a pile up last week.
Yeah, all of those were from before the stream started.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Where's the JPEG?
EHSAN. Do you
there it
need to
is.
refresh? Okay.
Holy Hannah, are these all from... Oh, no, these are... We've done some of these, right?
No.
Really? Holy...
Riz, I need to move out of there. All the other ones we have not done yet.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right.
We're not going to get through them all.
Well, considering what time is it? It's almost 2.
Yeah, we have 14 minutes left.
Okay. So is there a particular question with it, or is it just a...
No, they didn't send any text along with it, so I assume just to give your opinion.
Yeah. So, once again, without being able to rotate it around, it's a little tricky. It looks like... See, I think it's there, though. This like little cheek area here might be just a touch flat. But, honestly, you have good weights. Like, you know, you're getting this meat here. You're getting that shape there. Give this meat here. Like, if I can't... It's hard to tell because I can't look at it from the side and judge depths and stuff, but... all in all, it looks good. I would say you might want to, and once again, this is all just it for those again. Most of when I start talking about things like what I'm about to say, it's really about coming out of the print, like printing instead of, you know, because you can paint these lines on, in other words, but if you're printing or manufacturing, you can't. So just keep in mind that when I say stuff like this, I'm not really talking about rendering. I'm talking about producing. Your lips are really soft and tubey. You want to give it a lip ridge just because otherwise it's just going to look like just a really soft, tubey lip thing. And honestly, that's really... the only thing I can say, because I mean, your eyes look good. Everything looks like it's in the right place and doing well. I would just say put a lip ridge on that bad boy. All right.
Elefante, which you will need to download.
What is bouncy bananas? What am I missing something here?
I don't know.
Like, what the hell? Okay. What was I doing again?
You are downloading however many files you think you can get through.
In 12 minutes?
Yeah.
So Elefante is what we're going with? Is that what I'm hearing?
Elefante is an STL.
Okay, download. Sure. Looks good. Gonna come here. Oh my god. Did I put that in some goofy place?
No, it was called Pixologic Stream Uploads. Was the name.
Ooh, look at me go.
It sounds right. Not that you know where that folder is, but it sounds good.
There, look, it's right there.
Alright.
Uh-oh. Technically, I'm importing it right over that piece. It's a perfect place for it.
I'm sure Riz will understand.
Okay. What? Is it masked? What is it? No, paint's on. Why does it look like that? So interesting, because from the front, it's looking good. Are these speed sculpts? Did I see that somewhere? Why do I feel like
The file is named Head Sculpt Day 1.
no? So it's not a. It might not be a speed sculpt, but they're probably quick, like just doing a sculpt a day or whatever. So here again, I think that your face might be too small for this sculpt. Yet again, you can always show me a reference material, and there's always going to be someone who has a weird little face or a weird little baby jaw or something like that. Because if we look at this, the proportions of the face are good. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. But when we get to the ear and its placement in the skull, I think you're a little low. Or maybe, yeah, it's still a little low. Maybe just the ear's too high. Infinite depth X. Move. Make my brush a little bigger. Nope, maybe that wasn't the issue. Okay, 0.05. If we bring the ear where it should be. Yeah. Well, unless it's a child. If it's supposed to be a child, baby jaw is okay. But you can see that I think that if that's a little better. So the issue is either the ear was in the wrong place and it's a kid with a big head so like, and what I mean by that is that, you know, turn paint back off, is that this is just sitting a little low, because if we're looking at a profile, eyeball, cheek, So everything's just down low, and your ear usually lines up where, like, between the eye and the nose is where the ear is. So like the center of the ear, I mean, just look, I'm going to look at the camera, right? The meat bit of the ear, if you notice, is sort of like right between my eye and my nose, where yours is dead center through the eye. And the only way I can get there is if my head's tilting down to about there. Right? And now that ear is in line with my eyes. And so if you're looking down, then that can happen. But if we're looking down, then you do need to kick the face back down and in. That's going to kick that back and around. Not that far. And you can see now our face is getting too far away from our ear. So I think it just comes down to the face is just too small on the skull. Because if this were sort of up where it's supposed to be, right? You see, like, there, now the ear is in line if you're looking down. So I think that, I mean, like if it's a speed sculpt or a day sculpt, I get it. It's not, and honestly, the characteristics are nice. It looks, I like the bone structure. I just think that your face is a touch small and a touch low. And it's not melodramatic. What is that? Oh, that's infinite depth with symmetry not turned on. That's a little bit more in line. Yep. But once again, if it's a kid, then that, getting baby jaw is fine. It's another way of making things look more useful. Give it baby jaw. Like, as children, the jaw doesn't expand, spread out yet. So having a high jaw, baby jaw. Right. More youthful. So, I think the features look good. I just think that just how you were, the angle you were looking at or whatever. Remember that roughly your eyes are center, then you cut that in half next, and then you cut that in half. So you can see that for the height of the skull, the eyes will low. Ears. Brow. So it's interesting, actually. Your nose is just a touch high. Your lips aren't bad. Might just be that your eyes are really low. Yeah, you know what? It may not be that the whole face is low, it's just the eyeballs that are low. And the ears were a little high. But if you bring the eyes up, that helps the ear thing dramatically. I'm getting rid of, where are you? You know, making sure that you crease here. But what's important about getting that crease there is so the head looks like it's going around, where if you don't crease that, the head always looks like it's coming in behind the ear. And the head doesn't do that. So yeah, I think it might just be the eyes are low. I think that helped. So the whole face wasn't too short. Maybe a little. But it's that the eyes were sitting in the bottom of the eye socket. Yeah, I think that's it. It's nice. It has a good character. You know, the features are nice. And I think I did that, so I'm not going to say anything about you, but that's not a... Yeah, honestly, I think that's it. I think that you need it to give it a little bit here. It's a little more. What? That's not floppy. That's pretty tight. There's tension on that muscle. That comes from out there. That goes in front of that. Yep, and your eyes were just a little low. Other than that, looks good. I can't wait to see head sculpt day 2. 2:03 a.m. Boom, right on time. And I have this, and I'm so tempted to eat it, and I know that it's going to be absolutely disappointing. But my throat hurts.
Well, it's not going to be fun auditorily either, so kill it. Oh, here again anyway.
It's hard to make that noise. Okay. Excuse me. So, YouTubers, hit subscribe. I'm like, what are you supposed to do? Subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. And once again, any questions, put them in comments, and I or Pixologic will answer it.
Last week we had a comment from someone that said something to the effect of, this Tomas guy seems kind of off, but his jewelry is really good. I was like, yeah, that's our Tomas. He is kind of off.
I'm a sculptor, man, not a YouTube star. Sorry, I'm not butter slick and scripted. That sounded a little weird.
That's why you're kind of off.
Because I'm a little weird. Fair enough. Yeah. Upload your models for next week. We will be doing critiques next week. I would say, hey, maybe I'll have a computer, but I'm lying. I won't. Yeah, that's all I got. Oh, if you don't own ZBrush, buy it. Yeah. I'm tired. My body hurts. I've lost focus here.
Yep. And if we didn't get to your file tonight, it is still in the queue. We will get to it in order next week.
Yep.
Submit as early as you possibly can. By the time the stream starts, it's probably already too late.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
Yep.
I can't even believe that.
We got popular.
Yeah, it's weirdo because like for a while there, it's like, well, I didn't have any critiques between like 11 and 120. And then I don't know what part of the world woke up at around 12:30. No, it was really like 1:15, 1:30. We'd get that busy hit again.
I remember I even put a button on my Stream Deck that, what does it pace? It pace, feel free to ask any ZBrush or tangentially related questions for Tomas to answer, because there was so much downtime. And not anymore.
We would sit there and it would be chirping. And now it's crazy. Literally almost all of the slots are filled. Because he also makes me quit it too.
I sure do.
Yeah, it's wild. I'm glad. And it's funny because we get a lot more, I mean, just random models, not jewelry stuff. To be fair, we get far more things that aren't jewelry than we get jewelry now.
There's a lot more not jewelry designers in the world than there are jewelry designers.
What? No, say it isn't so. Yeah, it's fascinating. But I'm glad that, I mean, it's nice because I think crits are a very important way to learn. And there aren't a lot of people out there doing it. So I feel good that people are hopefully gaining something from it and not yelling at me for being a shill for art books.
Or whatever that person thought. Oh well.
This guy's a jerk. He's a shill. It's like,
He wants you to have a thing that'll help you.
Yeah, God forbid.
And even got you a discount code on it. Oh no.
I know.
Shill.
What a jerk.
Alright, end this.
I have the balls to go ask someone for a discount for you guys. And I'm a jerk. Oh well. I've been called far worse. I've been called far worse for less, I would imagine. To be fair. All right. Okay. I think that's it. Everyone have a wonderful evening, day, afternoon, morning, whatever it is for you. And I will see you next week. Thank you, ZBrush, for letting me to continue and stream my weirdness. Okay. OBS. And there it is. Have a wonderful